funky drums from hell.
Alright, crazy scenario, yeah? For once in a blue moon, I start the stream and I'm not eating my tea. But what I am actually eating are them little vegan jelly worms. Yeah? So, unfortunately, coming to you with me gob full again. But, at least I've finished my dinner. And I can just chat. And actually use my mouth for speaking as well. Oh boy, do we have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about today. My god. Yo!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass!
By any means necessary. Thank you for the 100 bits straight away. Oh yeah, you got that classic clip. Yes, good. Are you feeling okay? Not eating tea? No, I've had me tea. That's what I'm saying. I've had me tea. So don't worry about it. It's all good. Don't worry. I'm not suffering or anything. I'm actually doing very well, all things considered. I'm carrying on. The year of the fire horse, you know what I mean? Zoom. Let's say hi to everyone in the chat. Devon, how you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you. RTE Clearance, Valerie Valkyrie, Sally Pocketful. We got Fraser as well. We got Middle-earth Marxist. We got Vordrella. We got Holiday. We got Connor. We got Link. We got Nappers. We got Roshan back after Twitch unfollowed him from me. We got Emily as well. What's going on? We got Network. And we got By Any Means Necessary. How's everyone doing? What are you up to? What's going on? Got some chicken and a shit ton of different beans in my slow cooker. Fuck yeah, that's the way. That's the way to do it. That's how you have it. Oh, you were making a joke. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was worried. You're tired? Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of us are tired at the minute. Sort of like, you know, if you're anything like me, chat, you stay up all night watching Twitch streams, you know, looking at updates, etc. Maybe looking at a bit of Al Jazeera. Israel hit Beirut with a missile strike today. I mean, they're doing that every day. They've been doing that every day since last week. Hey, Spooky Wildling.
djmuel 1, djmuel 2, djmuel 3, djmuel Sabo.
DJ Mol Sabo. Spooky Wildling, thank you so much for the 2 months. Good to see you. How are you doing? We got Apple Chips as well. Welcome in. You exercised today. Not long back from getting some groceries. Fucking great work. Good for you. I bought a bunch of beans and chopped tomatoes on my last Iceland shop and using them up. That's fucking great. It sounds like you're gonna have a nice chicken chili. Making veggie sausage? Fuck yeah, let's go. Everyone's doing some sick shit. Nice. Network says, stress headache laid me low all day, but pulling through. I'm sorry to hear it, but I'm glad you're pulling through. No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it read out the names of the what do you call it? Like the portmanteaus. It's not a portmanteau. The acronyms of the emotes. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's all good. Petrol prices in Vietnam have risen over 20%. That's a lot. That's a lot. Imagine you're the king of Israel. You're engaged in a destructive war of choice and are liable to be overwhelmed. What do? Open another fucking front. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Hey, listen, you know, there's so much going on. Let's start. We're gonna get into all of it. Let's start off with some memes. Hey, let's start off with some memes. Let's go with what By Any Means Necessary just put in the chat, because obviously this is going to be relevant in the UK very, very soon, isn't it?
Queuing for petrol. Queuing for petrol. Queuing for petrol. But I'm on a horse. I'm on a horse. I'm on a horse. I don't need petrol, cause he runs on carrots. He runs on carrots. He runs on carrots. I don't need petrol, cause I'm on a horse. Queuing for petrol. Queuing for petrol. We don't need petrol, cause I'm on a bike. I'm on a bike. I'm on a bike. Queuing for petrol.
Ignore the naysayers conference. Hey, speaking of Keir Starmer.
Mieux qu'être mal accompagné, pas vrai? Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir le travailler, c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné, pas vrai? Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir le
I know who keeps us safe. Yeah, it's good that. Good stuff in it. It's a good start. Never been happier to not have a car. Yeah, no, for real. and I was with my mum yesterday, and she took us to my nana's because it's my granddad's birthday. He's 80, got to 80, despite all of his health problems last year. That's an achievement. Said that to him. He was like, fucking hell, won't be here much longer. He's so morbid. But he was in good spirits. My mum got him a new DVD player. It was only like 70 quid or something. You know what I mean? He's just like, he just had this like shitty little box thing, and he struggled to work it just because he's old. That's all it is. It's just because it's not a VCR. That's all it is, right? And he said, he's 80. How's his parliamentary career doing? If he was in fucking parliament, things would be far worse than they are now, let me tell you. And my stepdad sent him a load of old DVDs to watch, like just DVDs that he doesn't use anymore because he uses streaming services. And in it was Full Metal Jacket. And I was like, that's funny that you think that he would like that. But he might like it, but he's not. He prefers old, like, my mum said to him, he likes war films, right? He likes war films. And that's what my stepdad, he put the dots together and got 28. But we started watching it as we were leaving, and he enjoyed it. Anyway, that's by the by. That's a total tangent. Not even to do with what I was talking about. On the way back, my mum revved a car a bit, and it went, and it made this like fucking Star Trek noise because it's an electric, right? She got an electric car start of fucking last year or something, or the middle of last year, I can't remember. And she said, in it dead good that it makes noises like that. And I was like, no, that's just a kind of an extra, because the best thing about this car is that you don't have to worry about petrol prices. And she said, yes, that's true. My friend Ruth was saying the other day, we're just filling up on petrol. And I thought, oh God, thank God for that. So my mum's buzzing, luckily for her. Did you see that the AA and RAC have started recommending to reduce driving because the cost of petrol might become prohibitive? Yeah, it's good. Forensic politics. Zero progress towards net zero. Investing in carbon capture. Only the best grown-up sausages. Twitch making me look a bit keen. Hey, Streaker's in the chat. Thank you for the 30 consecutive streams, Sally, and the 10 consecutive streams, Spooky Wildling. I'm the protector of the realm. Hey, Bubble, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Grandpa Simpson, Yui, Morton, what's going on? Michael Bay. Oh, nice. You got some physical media, Twin Peaks, and some David Lynch movies. Which David Lynch movies have you got on DVD? I'm all up for that. I want to start with this edit that's going around, because I think it's proper fucking funny, and I think that we should all be watching it. I think everyone should spread it around because it's just a classic.
Regimes like this that have their power base in fear and intimidation tend to topple fairly quickly.
I'm confident that our troops will be successful, and I think it'll go relatively quickly.
It could last, 6 days, 6 weeks. I doubt 6 months.
You can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3.
We expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Nah, I believe that. I believe him. No, I believe him. I believe him. I wish you still had Pokemon Season 1 on VHS. Wait, you got Deep Space Nine on DVD? Oh, yeah, that's fucking mint. Do they have special features? Yeah, he was sounding very, very zesty. Not sounding like he's about to collapse at all. I'm driving a rental car right now. Don't switch and drive. You mean just you? That's the car you have. Averaging 3.4 liters per 100 kilometers, although it's a gutless wonder with no options. Yeah, fair enough. If Iran manages to keep the strait closed for 1 month, they'll have done more to decrease fossil fuel production and reduce global carbon emissions than 25 years worth of COP meetings and UN conferences. It's why you've got to uncritically support Iran. This is why. This is why. You just have to uncritically support Iran. That evil version of you showed up the other day. What do you mean that evil version of me showed up the other day? Who are you talking about? It's just you're just talking about another bald white guy with a beard. That's all you're talking about. Yeah, so this is the CNN comparison between generals and administration officials during the Iraq War. Well, the start of the Iraq War, and also generals and, well, not general. There's no generals here actually saying this, which is a stark difference actually, because you know, at this point back in the day, you could chalk it up to genuine military incompetence. But I think that the military are actually more informed than the administration at this point. You know what I mean? This is the 6D chess game was playing the whole time. He started World War III to finally destroy the oil industry and drive us to a greener future. It's time, chat. It's time. Western coverage is so wild, especially the AI rewriting. Anytime you search anything to do with the war, it's been really difficult. Hey, look, we're gonna go through a little bit of that. We had a bit of a mad week last week where my streams were like fairly disorganized. I was just pulling random bits of footage from Twitter and stuff, like, you know, footage of Iran attacking Israel and all this kind of business. And this week, I'm starting with going through some genuine verified footage, and it's not just from me, it's from John Elmer of the Electronic Intifada. Our boy John Elmer, he's back at it again since Al-Qassam started dropping down their operations, and since the beginning of the war with Iran involving the IRGC, Hezbollah, and maybe the Houthis. I don't know, we'll see. He's collated a bunch of verified, genuine footage from Iran's retaliation. So, we're going to take a look at that in a bit. But first of all, we're going to start with this, because there is real suffering going on in Iran at the minute due to that. And this is a good segue from what, you know, from what By Any Means Necessary and Emily were sort of talking about and having a joke about in the chat. So, this is a fella who lives in Tehran, or he's a reporter who's in Tehran, and he's commenting on the effects of Israel and or the United States bombing one of Tehran's oil fields, and what the ecological ramifications of that are.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at all of that.
After major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities. Apparently also a refinery might have been hit as well. And now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday. There were massive fires in the south of the city. But I want to show you something else, because it's also raining. But you can see that the rain water is actually black, also saturated, it appears, with oil. And then if we look over there, you can see that the water that's running down here also is black. So that's what's coming down this morning, this sort of oil-filled rain that we have right now on the Iranian capital after those strikes took place.
Wow. Isn't that good? Iran is free, chat. We liberated them. It's so good that that's happened. Let's take a look at this Forbes breaking news report on it. See if they got any other info. Hey, atomically powered. Black clouds gathered over Tehran and rain saturated with what appeared to be oil. After refineries and infrastructure, oil was hit overnight. One day before, Iran's assembly of experts chose Khamenei's successor. Iran's Red Crescent Society warned the rain in Tehran was contaminated with toxic hydrocarbon compounds, as well as sulfur and nitrogen oxides, which could cause chemical burns and lung damage. The clouds formed after Israel targeted an oil storage facility in Tehran in late-night strikes on Saturday. Yeah. Medical Society warned people in Tehran to shelter indoors and cover any openings with a damp piece of cloth, remove any clothes contaminated by the rainwater, and seal them. You know, this is the kind of shit that will give you cancer in like 30 years, chat. You know what I mean? The US will try and do a full Libya. Yeah, but I think it'll go very badly for them. I think it's already going very badly for them. I think if they try and do full, like, and again, I'm not trying to discount the human suffering. The people of Tehran will absolutely suffer. But I think it's important to remember that Tehran is also, you know, the people of Tehran, the people of Iran are going to suffer massively. They're already suffering. But also, Iran is now making it so that other countries are feeling the pinch as well. You know? The petrol thing in the USA is gonna make things absolutely insane. It's already making things insane in Britain. We've got like 2 days left or something of natural gas supply left. And it's forcing us into the arms of Russia, right? Hey, Squapes, good to see you. Absolute rubbish, how are you? Good to see you. The US hasn't been at war for a week and they already resorted to chemical attacks, yeah. Well, one of the first things they did was bomb a fucking school of schoolgirls, right? Oil up, stocks down, inflation going up, 7 people, rip, it's not going good. Yeah, I think we could safely, like... I think we could safely multiply any number that CENTCOM or the US administration gives us by 100. I think it's probably about 700 people. It's probably not 700 people. It's probably closer to 500 people. It's really going to be so bonkers to see how things pan out. Everything is going up in the air. So, there's a couple of people in the chat right now who have been in Rowi's chat over the weekend with me. Thank you for listening to my recommendations. As you know, he's the best person to be in. Because what Rowi does on his stream is he has all of the missile alerts for Israelis turned on and shit, because he has, I don't know, this like website or something. Someone offered it to me the other day and I was like, I don't know if I'd be able to use it in the same way that he does, because he just understands all of it a lot better than me. And if I was getting distracted every 2 minutes by, and I'm being serious, like I'm being fucking so serious. It's almost like every 2 minutes there is a missile siren in Israel, right? Like the Iran and Hezbollah are targeting Israel like every fucking 10 minutes. It'll be every 30 minutes, and then it'll be every 2 minutes, and then it'll be every 5 minutes, and then it'll be like 2 hours of nothing, and then another fucking like, you know, barrage of 5. It's just absolutely insane. And the way that Rowi is like translating the news, and he's saying like the Israeli news are all just saying over and over again, no hits, no damage, everything was intercepted, all shrapnel, don't worry about it, it's totally fine. And it's like, no. No, it isn't. Hey, Refocus, what's up? And hey, Baxterpath, good to see you. Yeah, Rowi's stream is it's packed with info that you can't get elsewhere. And it's why I got Rowi on Red Planet, to just emphasize how important it is to be able to speak another language. You know? Madeline was going over just how many open mortuary positions the US military is posting, and it's a lot. Yeah, I heard about that. It's good that they were covering that, but I'd heard about that as well. Obviously, I don't know too much about that particularly, but I have seen people reported that. I'm trying to be as picky as possible with posts that I get. 83 Israelis injured from rushing to the shelter. Yeah, no, that shit is crazy. It's crazy that they say that. It's like, they're like, oh, these Israelis, they were running to the shelter and they all just like, I don't know, fell down some stairs? What do you mean? No, they didn't. Like, I'm sorry, I know Israelis are stupid, but it's just, you're like, I don't know, man. Just absolute madness. Those clumsy settlers, you know? Okay, anyway. Yeah, let's carry on with this. See what they're saying. After the rainfall, Red Crescent also recommended people in Tehran pressure wash their vehicles and exteriors of their homes to prevent buildup that can flow back into the air as toxic dust. Hey, Susie, how's it going? Welcome in. I love listening to the stream. I always learn something. You mean Rowie's stream? Good. I'm glad that you're checking out Rowie. He's great. He's great. And thank you for the 35 watch streak. Footage from CNN appears to show oil building up in the rainwater after the strikes. A medical worker's white uniform was covered in black droplets as well. The average price per gallon of regular gasoline in the United States as of Sunday is $3.45 according to AAA. This weekend saw the highest price per gallon since 2024. Surely 500 is a lot and the family of the deceased would speak up. Right, so when you are a soldier, you are often, especially in combat mode, you are not, like, even when they're in so-called peacetime, it's never peacetime for America, but even when you're in so-called peacetime in America, you have very sporadic contacts with your family. So there's a lot of family members who will describe having family members who are in the military and having it being extremely, worrisome because they just haven't had contact with soldiers for 3 months or whatever, and then every now and then they'll get like a whatchamacallit, like a text to be like, there you go, I'm fine. But obviously the key part here is that if you are there are groups for people who are in military families, right? There are groups, some of them live on bases and shit like that, and there is listen, I'm not putting anything past this administration. I guarantee that they are just not telling them. They're just not telling the families. And that 500 number could also be not just US-born military personnel. It could also be Bahrainian military personnel who have signed up to support the US military, who are essentially the US military, right? It'll also be, all the other countries that have decided to support the USA militarily. They'll trickle out the dead with various excuses like combat exercises and the like. Yeah, they will, yeah. Yeah. If oil is going up the way they say it is with current weather patterns, I believe it will be blowing straight into the Gulf. This is going to affect a lot of countries. So the cloud is actually going towards Turkmenistan and Afghanistan. And then it might end up in China. America can't rebuild a bridge in Baltimore. There's no way they're building complicated radars in Bahrain. Well, they did, and now they've been bombed. But there's no way that they're going to rebuild them in any kind of hasty fashion, right? So, average price of gallon of regular gasoline in the United States as of Sunday is $3.45, according to the 888. This weekend saw the highest price per gallon since 2024. Now, we've been looking at crude oil prices, chat. Now, obviously, this is crude oil prices, so this is the price that you pay before it goes to the refinery. So this is the price that refineries pay from the source to take the oil in and then refine it and then sell it. So obviously, their price, in order to maintain their profits, these refineries are not going to hit, they're not going to take the hit just so Americans pay a lower price, right? They're not going to do that. You have to nationalize your oil industry in order for something like that to happen. You know? Crude oil prices, let's take a look at this. Where's that fucking website gone? Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, we've seen the first downward trend today. However, it's still ending, I think, on 90. It looks like it's going to be 90 still. Petrol prices are already heavily subsidized in the USA. Yeah, exactly, Monkey Sputum. Hello. And hello, Crescent Moon and Star. What did you call me? Rude? Oh, crude. Yeah, exactly. Domestic kerosene is still through the roof here. It's well over double what it was last weekend. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Remind me again what you use domestic kerosene for. Domestic kerosene. Oh, yeah, for heating oil. Yeah. East of England heating oil customers report prices doubling. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we got that in the BBC already. Straight away. Jackie Smith from Suffolk said one of her friends was unable to afford her oil at the current costs. People who heat their rural homes using oil tanks are reported prices doubling amid the conflicts in the Middle East. Doubling is crazy, by the way. Absolutely crazy. Iran previously warned vessels not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, about 20%. Cost me about 420. It always used to cost me 350 for 500 liters. Luckily, it's been delivered today. They're sticking to my price because I looked at it a few days later for a comparison. It had gone up to 620 in a week. In a week, mate. Anyone in rural areas will be using it. Yeah, so this is gonna fuck with farming in the UK massively. Trump saying the Iran war is over? He said it's over? What? I googled this today because people were saying that he's going to announce victory. Wait, what do you mean he said it was over? Trump could declare victory in Iran today by the Atlantic Council. No. Where did he say it? You got to give me a link for something like that. Absolute rubbish. Okay, all right. Let's all calm down. I mean, it's not done that much because if he has declared victory. No. I know. Listen, I'm not saying. I'm just look. He's doing a press conference. What, right now? Okay, all right. I guess we're looking at that then, aren't we? Trump press conference. What, is this happening live? 1 day ago. Where is it? Is this breaking news? Trump makes stunning announcement, all important press conference. You heard it was in a couple of hours? Is he gonna okay, well we'll have to watch that. We'll have to watch that later. Is it gonna be on the White House? On CBS? Yeah, of course it's on CBS. Of course it is. Sky News saying he's holding a conference at 9:30. Right, we'll obviously watch that. Of course it's gonna be on CBS. Alright, well, we'll come back to that in a bit. Anyway, regardless, if he has said something about, the mission accomplished like Bush in fucking 2003, then it's not doing much. He's gonna declare he's arresting Hillary for the murder of Jeffrey Epstein. Hell yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited for Trump to declare world peace. I mean, look, if he declares victory, I don't think he's going to do that. I just don't think he's going to do that. Look, I could see him doing it, but I just don't think he is going to do it. But will he? Oh, it's hard to know. It's just hard to tell with him. You know what I mean? It's just really hard to tell. He could do it. This is a short-term disruption for a long-term gain. Wait, do I have this? Do I have this fucking, this clip? I think I got this clip. Lindsey Graham. Yeah, here we go. So this, short term. Wait. So this is Carolyn Levitt saying, This is a short-term disruption for a long-term gain of taking out the rogue Iranian terrorist regime and finally ending their restriction of the free flow of energy in the Middle East and in the world, probably. She'll probably say world. And in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So she said that Sunday morning yesterday, and then someone did this edit yesterday. We've got another phenomenal edit. Let's take a look.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
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 Short-term and long-term.
Short-term blip.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
This is a
Yeah. Short-term pain for everyone, long-term gain for the shareholders. Yeah, no, absolutely. Trump's Medicare cuts cost me hundreds of dollars, and for what? War. It's horrifying. Yeah, it's fucked. What time is 5:30 ET again? Oh, that'd be 10:30 p.m. If it's 5:30 Eastern time. Oh wait, no, it was daylight savings, wasn't it? So it'll be 9:30, like I think Emily said. Was it Emily who said that? Yeah, news conference at 9:30. If they say it 100 times, maybe we'll believe it. Yeah, maybe we'll believe it. It will work on some people. You're right, Sorka. But those people are the kind of people who believe transgender for everybody. They're the kind of people who believe Joe Biden was like, we're going to mutilate children. Well, I'm doing the Trump voice. We're going to mutilate children, Jack. You know, that's the kind of people who are believing that stuff. So yeah, there you go. That's good, isn't it? Let's carry on with this. If it's 9:30 p.m. ET, it'll be 9:30 p.m. UK time, Crescent Moon and Star. Yeah. It'll be in 2 hours. Yeah. So Levitt, what did she say? Levitt admitted the US was seeing a slight increase in oil and gas prices, but said removing the Iranian government would be a good thing for the oil industry. That's crazy. This copium is crazy, man. It's so crazy. I mean, it is a good thing for the oil industry. It's a good thing for the oil shareholders. Absolutely. It's like, yeah, man, my stocks are through the roof. I can't wait to sell them all. And then crash the fucking economy. That's going to be so good. That's so good, dude. Hey, Alyssa Monet, how you doing? Good to see you. And hello, Sam. Yeah, short-term bullshit. It's just so mad. Price per gallon has skyrocketed nearly 50 cents in the US in the past week, according to AAA. The Assembly of Experts, the group clerics choosing Iran's next supreme leader, has reached a majority consensus around one candidate. Yes, he's already been selected. It's Mujtaba Khamenei, who is Ayatollah Khamenei's son, who is apparently a more hardline guy when it comes to carrying on the same policies of his dad, but B, probably going to be less of a, reserved guy than his dad was. So we will see. We will see how things change. Things haven't really changed straight away. He was announced yesterday and he was put into his position or whatever. And things just haven't really changed that much. So that's the end of it. So there you go. Two US B-52 bombers landed at RAF Fairford in the UK 2 hours ago. These are the largest bombers in the world. This is not taking part in the war with Iran. This is a defensive action. We are completing defensive operations for our allies, the US and Israel. The candidate has not been named on Sunday morning. Khamenei's son, Mujtaba Khamenei, emerges as a frontrunner. This is who it is. A religious hardliner who ruled from... Oh. They're calling Khamenei a hardliner. I guess that's true, but... Anyway, yeah. He's a hardliner. He's a hardliner. His dad was a hardliner in terms of being a religious hardliner. However, I mean, what does hardliner mean? Whatever. Mujtaba is supposedly less reserved than his dad. So, we'll see how that manifests. Criticized possible choices unacceptable, telling Axios in an interview they're wasting time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. President warned that US troops would return in 5 years. Wait, that was so quick. The president warned that US troops would return in 5 years if Khamenei were chosen. Oh, so he's floating the idea of declaring victory. This is what they want to do. They want to try and weaken Iran. This isn't going to work. Iran are on sicko mode. They've said that they're not going to stop until Israel is destroyed. And Israel have also said, we're not going to stop until Iran is destroyed. Until Iran is free. Right? They keep saying we're going to assassinate Mujtaba Khamenei. It's just, oh my god. Anyway, all right. Okay. All right. There you go. Yeah, it's also total cope. He wasn't involved in the selection of Delcy Rodriguez. She was the vice president, and then it became vice president ruling in Maduro's stead while he was illegally abducted. Like, it's total cope. Anyway, we're going to take a look at this report from The Cradle. If you want some decent news from the region, I would recommend The Cradle. They're pretty good. They seem to be pretty solid consistently. Let's read this report from The Cradle about how Israel is up to its neck, unprepared for two-front war against Iran and Hezbollah. Let's take a little look at this. So, the Israeli military is not prepared to fight a two-front war against both Lebanon's Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Hebrew newspaper Ma'ariv reported on the 9th of March. The newspaper's military correspondent Avi Ashkenazi described the Israeli army as a relatively small army with limited power and resources. It is not prepared to manage two fronts simultaneously with the power to drop thousands of munitions every day of war. The report goes on to say that the pace of Hezbollah's rocket and drone attacks is increasing, targeting bases and outposts as well as cities and settlements across the north. The Israeli military is now in a, quote, half-pregnancy phase, end quote, while the Air Force is up to its neck in attacks on Iran, Ma'ariv says, warning that the current Israeli army pace is not enough to silence Hezbollah. Joint barrages launched in a coordinated fashion by Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic. I don't know if they're doing that, by the way. I don't know if they are coordinating in that fashion. I think that Hezbollah has just decided we are going to do this, right? But anyway, they've been ongoing since the Lebanese resistance joined the war on the 2nd of March. Sirens sound dozens of times throughout each day across the entirety of Israel, repeatedly forcing millions into shelters multiple times. This is from, apparently, the blank page visual. I don't know about the legitimacy of this video, but if it's in The Cradle, I hope that they've done their due diligence. This is from The Weekend.
Yo, זה קרוב, יואו,
Oh, this is apparently from Al Jazeera, so hopefully they've done their due diligence. Okay, so let's carry on. Hezbollah said on Monday afternoon that it launched a qualitative missile strike at 12:15 p.m. on Monday, This is earlier today against the Zaif air defense base in the occupied city of Haifa. The attack came as an Iranian missile strike on Tel Aviv killed 2 people. Since the start of the war, key U.S. Army radars helped to track ballistic missiles were destroyed or damaged by Iranian attacks on Jordan and the Gulf. Meanwhile, in South Lebanon, Hezbollah has inflicted casualties on Israeli troops attempting a ground invasion. Footage released Sunday by the Lebanese resistance shows the killing of 2 Israeli soldiers by Hezbollah anti-tank fire. We watched this. Well, we didn't watch this on stream, actually, but this is Hezbollah footage. I'm pretty certain that is their watermark that they're using at the minute. I can't read Arabic, so I can't tell you what that says, but it looks like it is Arabic and not just AI nonsense. Let's take a quick look. This is also the tune that they use. Can I show this? Can I show this on stream? I don't know if I can show this on stream, chat. The best thing that I could say is that they get fucking murked up. Those guys get murked up. It looks like they get pretty solidly murked up, you know? So, yeah, I'm just gonna not show that.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thanks so much for any means necessary for the 100 bits. The triangle of military industrial contractors, your generals and military personnel, politicians only use you as human shield. Spiral of silence formed as a result of financial oligarchy, arms manufacturers, media, journalists who molded your minds so that you do not realize the fall and decline of the occupying regime. Where are your politicians, statesmen, military, key elements, and security institutions during the days where you're under fire? Very, very true. Thanks, Chris Moonstar. Yeah. There's a link to it in the chat. Yeah. You want to check it out yourself. Oil price is now 80. Yeah, it does look like the prices are coming down. Does look like the prices are coming down. You know. Okay. Fair enough. This is going to be really funny if it just turns out this is dropping at fucking an unprecedented rate. This is going to be fucking hilarious if it turns out that this is happening just because all the fucking oil magnates are like selling their stock. If that's what's happening, that's also bad. That's also incredibly bad. All right. Well, let's carry on with the cradle. Commander of the Iranian armies. Here we go. According to the Israeli Health Ministry, 1,929 injured Israelis have been evacuated to hospitals since the start of the war with Iran. Okay. Difficult. Israeli Health Ministry on October the 7th said that 2,000 Jews in Israel had been murdered, right? That's what they went with. I'm pretty sure that was like their first number that they came up with. They were like 2,000 people have been killed. I think it's probably going to be likely that this is much less Israeli civilians that have been injured. I imagine it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to believe 1,929 injured but no deaths. That's really quite difficult to believe when seeing the amount of missiles that have been aimed at so-called Israel. It's just an odd number. 1,929 injured Israelis. What? No deaths, none at all? Okay. And also, are they including military personnel in this number like they did on October the 7th? Are they including civilians who were killed by the Hannibal Directive in this number like they did on October the 7th? So, always good to question Israeli Health Ministry. It's why they always said you should question the Health Ministry of Gaza. Of course, it's all projection. Any accusation is an admission. But let's carry on. Commander of the Iranian Army, Qatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, Major General Ali Abdullahi, responded over the weekend to repeated US and Israeli media claims regarding Iran's missile capacity. The enemy has repeatedly claimed it knows the number of Iran's missiles, but it should count them on the battlefield to realize that it knows nothing about Iran's real capabilities. Damn. The Ma'ariv report comes as Israel is anticipating the potential eruption of a new front, Yemen. The Ansar Allah movement has said that its fingers are on the trigger, ready to respond at any moment should developments warrant it. So, let's, keep our eyes peeled to see if we hear any news of that. This is some news from Occupy Palestine again. So-called Israel expands gun permits to residents of Jerusalem in Jewish neighborhoods. Wow, that's good, isn't it? And this is a policy drive by Itamar Ben-Gvir. That's good, isn't it? It's good that this is happening. I'm sure that that nothing bad will happen as a result of this. Double civilian firearm licenses raising safety and domestic violence concerns. Israel's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has authorized the residents of the Jewish neighborhoods in Jerusalem to carry firearms. Local media reported on Monday. Under Ben-Gvir's order, residents of 41 Jewish neighborhoods in the city can now apply for a license to carry a gun, part of the far-right minister's wider policy of expanding civilian gun permits. Reports suggest that around 300,000 Jewish residents of Jerusalem could now be eligible. Previously, only those living near the separation wall were permitted to carry firearms, as the areas were deemed high risk. The latest expansion now includes western neighborhoods of the city. Especially amid the war and during Ramadan, Jerusalem residents have a basic right to defend themselves and their families during Ramadan. Yes, because what happens during Ramadan is Muslims, they just it just takes them over, man. Like, this like red mist, and they go crazy. They just start murdering everybody. So that's why you got to worry about that. I'm being sarcastic, obviously, just in case Twitch is watching and wants an excuse to ban me or whatever. No, this is racism. Like, what he's doing is racism. Yeah? Like, he's being like, oh, during Ramadan, you got to be careful during Ramadan because they're going to go crazy, Told Israel Hayom on Sunday before issuing the order the day after. My policy is clear. A weapon in the right hands save lives. Hell yeah. This is just NRA shit. This is National Rifle Association in the US. On Monday, he wrote on X that the move aimed to strengthen the personal security of Israel's citizens, noting that more than 240,000 Israeli civilians have obtained gun licenses since he took office in December 2022. Hell yeah, dude, that's so cool. I love an armed nation of fascists. That's so good, bro. I love it when that's what's going on. In many cases, it's already been proven that weapons in the hands of civilians help thwart attacks and save lives. I call on the residents of Jerusalem, go and obtain a gun license. A weapon saves lives. Hey, Gianluca, how you doing? Is he scared cousins might get hangry while fasting? That's the racism that's happening. That's the racism that's happening. Safest nation on the planet for Jews, everybody. Yeah, it's so safe for Jewish people. Andre X, one of the 10 Israeli anti-Zionists, right? One of the 10 real Israeli anti-Zionists who actually does stuff, to try and stop West Bank settler expansion. Andre X on Twitter literally tweeted that the other day. So ironic that Israel wanted to create the only state safe for Jews, and it is easily the most unsafe state for Jews in the world. According to the Freedom of Information Movement, Israeli NGO promoting transparency, Ben-Gvir's arming Israel policy has led to a doubling of civilians holding gun licenses since he took office. 330,000 Israelis held a gun license as of November 2025, almost half of whom had no prior shooting experience. After Ben-Gvir eased the eligibility criteria, so you don't need to know how to use a gun, you could just have one. That's so sick, bro. I sit here as a Yank with a 9 tucked in my shorts as I type. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I was about to say it's better when you're in the USA, but then obviously it's not because there's a lot of fascists in the USA. Yeah, obviously I know that you're not a fascist, but yeah, I do think that there's a difference between you having a gun and like 330,000 Israelis. Anyway, the NGO noted that 99% of applicants now pass their shooting tests, in part because they're allowed to complete the required interview over the phone rather than in person. That's crazy, bro. It could just be a different person. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Haaretz reported that last month, Israeli authorities admitted in a high court hearing that 195 license holders were asked to return their firearms due to irregularities in their applications. Yeah, so people are just doing fraud to get a gun as well. Madness. Brings to mind how Kabaga imported machetes in bulk to Rwanda leading up to the genocide. It's unsettling, yeah. Just say pew pew and you get that gun, baby. That's how it works. 2023, police have launched an investigation into allegations that Ben-Gvir's office had legally approved gun licenses. Yeah, 3 employees were questioned over the issuance of thousands of permits. Freedom of Information Movement also highlighted the public safety risks of the policy, noting that all firearm murders of Jewish women were carried out with legally licensed weapons. Oh my god. Data from the Mikhail Seller Forum, an NGO tackling domestic violence, shows a sharp rise in family-related killings since 7th of October 2023. 53 women were murdered by a family member, a 33% increase compared with the period before Ben-Gvir took office. That's crazy. In a country of 9 million people, that's fucking crazy, man. That's crazy. It's not fraud because the gun licenses were promised to them 33,000 years ago. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, they're going to try and ethnically cleanse Jerusalem within the year. That's what this sounds like. That's what this sounds like. And it sounds like this being expedited is happening because Ben-Gvir has access to information that other so-called Israelis don't. And the information that he has access to shows him that, oh no, actually, we're not doing well in the war. And there's a very real chance that we could get boots on the ground. A fucking boots on the ground situation in Israel. You know, obviously what they're more concerned about regarding that, I think that that's probably something that's in the back of their minds, but I think that what they're more concerned about is Al-Qassam or the Jenin brigades doing something. I think that that's what they're more concerned about. In 2025 alone, 30 women were killed by a relative, averaging roughly 1 death every 11 days. That's mad. According to Israel's Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs, around 280,000 women are currently exposed to physical or non-physical violence from partners, underscoring concerns about the broader social impact of the expanded civilian gun permits. It's a really normal country, chat. It's a real country. It's a normal country. It has a right to exist. It has a right to defend itself. Speaking of it being a normal country, I know that this is the Tehran Times. Sometimes they can post some incorrect information, and in some cases they posted just straight up old videos and stuff like that. But this has been confirmed with Times of Israel. Times of Israel are launching their first flights, outbound flights from Ben Gurion since the start of the war. Israeli settlers rushed to Ben Gurion airport to leave their occupied territories due to Iran's missile attacks. And you can hear all kinds of a fracas going on in this clip. Proper normal country. So normal, chat. Let's read the Times of Israel article. Israeli airlines launch first outbound flights. A first few hundred passengers were able to leave Israel on Sunday after Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport was partially reopened for outbound flights for the first time since the opening of Israeli-US strikes on Iran on February 28th. Flights are currently operated by Israeli airlines El Al, Israel, and Arkia, alongside a series of restrictions to more than 30 destinations in Europe, the US, and Asia. A maximum of 2 narrow-body aircraft were permitted to depart per hour from Ben Gurion, with no more than 70 to 100 passengers per flight. Depending on the airline and size of plane, passengers were also permitted to check in luggage. The number of outbound flights is tied to the number of repatriation flights currently approved by the Transportation Ministry and security authorities to fly Israelis back from major cities around the world. On Sunday, a total of 43 repatriation flights are expected to land at the country's main international airport. Did they? Did they come back? Did they come back? You know? Look at all the brave people lining up to fight and die for the country of Israel. Everything's going really well. What possible reason could Israel have to start up flights again unless they're literally trying to get passengers killed in an inevitable, obvious incident? Well, I think it's just due to public demand. I think that there's a bunch of people who are just like, I don't want to live in this country anymore. You said it was safe for me. I want to go home. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, real quick to run away from that promised land that they're native to while Palestinians rebuild even scorched earth. Yes, correct. Absolutely. The cowards with money want to run back to their home nations. Iran doesn't target civilians yet. Let's have a look. Israeli citizens departing on the repatriation flights need to sign a form saying they'll not return to the country for at least 30 days from the date of departure. On the repatriation flights. They'll not return to the country at least 30 days from the date of departure. So on the repatriation flights, expect to land. So if you're coming back to Israel, you have to stay for 30 days. That's what they're saying. Okay. All passengers leaving on those flights are also required to use the early check-in program from home and arrive at the airport about 2 hours before departure. I think that they're getting confused because they're departing on the repatriation flights. They won't return to Israel. They're saying don't return to Israel for 30 days. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're on about. Yeah, right of return, just getting, like, played into oblivion over here. Just mental, like, what is going on? All passengers leaving on those flights are also required to use the early check-in program from home and arrive at the airport about 2 hours. The guidelines say to avoid overcrowding. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Why would they be overcrowding? And limit the time passengers stay on the ground at the airport as missile and rocket attacks from Iran and Lebanon continue. Don't come back for 30 days if you leave the country. Take a holiday. It's so wild. Like, what do they mean? Ben Gurion Airport was gradually reopened Wednesday night for inbound flights to help repatriate 120,000 Israelis stranded abroad after the country's airspace was shut on February 28th. Since the partial reopening of Ben Gurion, about 15,000 returned home on 90 repatriation flights. Yeah, they sound... 90? 15,000? Wait, what? The Times of Israel is fucking crazy, man. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I'm just bad at maths. All right. 166 people on an airplane. All right. That's probably about right. Yeah. I was just like, wait, what? What are you talking? I'm like, how big are the planes? 166 sounds about right. Sounds about right. I think that that's probably likely, right? They could still be lying, you know? I don't know. If they opened it on Wednesday, that means that they would have to do like 10, 12 flights a day. Yeah, a plane can have over 100. Yeah. Pretty sure if they wanted to hit the airport, they already have. They have hit the airport. They already have, yeah. I got my instant reaction as being larger planes. Yeah. No, yeah. Those flights are almost certainly empty. They're just counting all the seats as full. Well, I find it... I don't find it too hard to believe that there's 15,000 people who claim to be Israeli, you know? Who are like, oh, you know, claim to be from occupied Palestine as Israelis, so-called Israelis, that are willing to go back during this time. But surely, I don't know, man, surely they would have, like, spoke to their family who are still there, and their family are going, like, don't listen to them. Iran's beating the shit out of us. We might die. Don't fucking come home. I don't know. Since Ben Gurion Airport was closed, more than 37,000 people returned to the country via land border crossings. What? Maritime and air routes. As of Sunday, land border crossings. People are just like dying to get back into Israel when they're getting bombed to fuck by Iran. It's just so unbelievable. Like, are they doing this just to be like, don't worry, Don't worry, we've still got loads of people here. Don't worry. Is that what they're doing? Because, you know, chat, if you don't know, what Israel likes to do all the time is they like to say things like, our population is not decreasing. People aren't leaving Israel. If there are people leaving Israel, it's because they're going to visit their family in other parts of the world and this, that, and the other. People want to stay here. People want to live here. Yada, yada, yada. Like, that's what they say, right? All the fucking time. And it's because there is this completely insane fascist-like rhetoric about, you know, oh, if the number of Muslims, you know, goes higher than the number of Jews in Israel, then all of a sudden it'll be a free Palestine. They say this all the fucking time. Like, that's their whole fucking thing. That's how they justify just, like, murdering civilians. It's how they fucking, like, you know, deal with it socially as, like, a social concept of, like, yeah, we just murder civilians and we know that we do and we don't care, right? You know? So I imagine that that's probably what they're trying to do with this. I wonder how many of those planes are theoretical planes generated by the AI algo, yeah. As of Sunday afternoon, flight carrier El Al resumed one-way ticket sales for repatriation flights to General Public, rebooked its tickets to 38,000 customers whose flights were cancelled. The airline has been operating repatriation flights to 22 destinations since Wednesday night. It will be out in Tokyo in the coming days. One-way tickets from Larnaca to Tel Aviv are being sold at a flat price of $99. From Athens to for $149. From Rome to $199. By the way, chat, have you noticed how it's all in dollars? And not in shekels? Sometimes they just tell on themselves all the time. They're like, no, it's dollars, it's dollars. It's not shekels, it's dollars. It's dollars, it's dollars, it's dollars. Meanwhile, a few thousand Israelis are still stuck in the United Arab Emirates after efforts to repatriate them were paused over the weekend following the closure of airports in the country due to Iranian missile and drone attacks. Wait, that's interesting. Closure of airports in the country. They mean the UAE. Alright. Transportation Minister Miri Regev announced that overnight that Israel was resuming a plan to fly Israelis back from the UAE to the country. The request of Regev, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agreed with UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed to implement a plan to operate repatriation flights for Israelis stranded mainly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Special repatriation flights will be operated in cooperation with Emirati Airlines to Israel and other countries, the ministry said. Passengers who want to be placed on these flights need to register via this link. Over the weekend, Israeli carrier Israel said it repatriated 310 Israeli customers who were stranded in Dubai. Yeah. We're bringing people back. We're bringing people back. They're coming back. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Okay, fine. Speaking of the 12 anti-Zionist Israelis in Israel, here's some footage of them on Saturday night actually asking for an end to the war. So let's take a little look at this. Activists in Tel Aviv on protest US Israeli attacks on Iran. So you can see all 12 of them here. Stop the war. Hands off Iran, Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine. I mean, you know, fair play to them. I'm not having a go at the 12. I'm just saying it's only 12. And you can see that there are, like, fascist so-called Israelis who are just, like, having a go at them, you know, calling them fucking, what do you call it, turncoat traitors, shit like that. Filming them like far-right agitators here in the UK, shit like that. And then here come the cops. Oh, is that Ofer, what's his face? This guy is in the Knesset. I think his name is Ofer Kassem. I can't remember. This guy's a member of the Knesset. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's so cool. Police are so cool, especially Israeli police. They're so cool. Look, there's even members of the fucking diaper brigade there. You know what I mean? These are all like fucking IOF fascist soldiers in the fatigues. Look, you've got like soldiers in the fatigues and cops in the fucking cop uniforms and shit. So there you go. Ghana calls on Commonwealth to condemn attack on its peacekeepers in Lebanon. So in Lebanon, yes, hello Melps. Hello Squeebit Melps. Taking over the stream chat. There he is. Oh my god. Buddy, that's my yogurt. That's my yog. Get off my yog. Okay. We need a sudden tail appearance emote. Hell yeah, you know it. Just before I get into this news piece chat, don't forget, I do require your money in order to live. I was sanctioned by Universal Credit last month, and of course that meant that I was in a bad place financially this weekend. And at the start of the month as well. So please consider donating. You will see that the dono goal has gone up, and that is unfortunately because I have had to dip in to the donations that I've already had this month in order to pay bills, in order to buy food and stuff like that. So yeah, I am sorry, but yeah, I do need more money. Sorry to ask. Please consider subbing off Twitch. If you want to build up the dono goal, sub off Twitch. If we do that, we'll unlock a DJ stream next month with me playing some tunes and shit. You'll all enjoy that. It'll all be good. A nice break from news and shit like that. Please consider subbing off Twitch. It means that you can it means that you can donate lower amounts than you would have to than if you were to buy a sub on Twitch. So, you know, on Twitch, you have to pay £4.99 or $5.99 or however much it costs, I can't remember, in dollars. You could just donate £1. You could literally donate £1. You could donate £2, £3, £4, £50, £70, whatever you want. You choose. And you can do that via the tip link, the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. Please consider doing that. If we get £25 per day, it means that we turn on the cat cam. And that means that we have Squeebo Melpert sitting with us for the rest of the stream. And it looks like that. That's what it looks like. That's what you'll get. There's a little preview of what you'll get. And yeah. So if you want to see the boy, 25 quid. Let's go. Anyway, there's the call to action. Ghana calls on Commonwealth to condemn attack on its peacekeepers in Lebanon. Ghana has called on the Commonwealth to condemn Friday's missile attack by any means necessary. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. That's very, very kind of you.
In the meantime,
yo, there's so much stuff happening right now.
Thanks.
There's literally so much stuff happening right now. Thank you for the 20 bits, Nappers. And thank you for the raid, Kev. Kev, thank you so much for the raid. And Gabriel, thank you so much for the sub. We are in a hype train.
Comrades.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 2 months. By any means necessary. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Nappers, for the 20 bits. And Raiders from Kev, welcome. And if you don't know me, I'm djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at geopolitics. I look at the news from a communist perspective, from an anti-imperialist perspective. And yeah, we're currently looking at developments in Iran, developments, you know, just all over the fucking world. We're going to look at Trump's speech later. It's going to be insane. But you have joined us during a hype train. First of all, my guys, please go follow Kev. He's another great Brit lefty streamer. You will enjoy his streams, I guarantee it, and that's because I enjoy his streams. Please go show him some love. And thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in Duck Authority, Fungal Goon, and anyone else coming in from Kev's stream. But it's a hype train. What we do when we're having a hype train on this here channel is we listen to some tunes. Network. Thank you so much.
Cat cam.
Thank you so much for the £4.20. That means we only need £20.80 in order to unlock the cat cam. Let's fucking go. This is a great tune. There's no video to this. This is an Iranian guy, Homayun Shadarian. The tune is called Baman Sanama. I got this from Ray's stream. Another reason why you gotta go and follow Rowie.
Free Palestine.
Devin, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much. Oh, this is such a banger, chat. Chat, you know the score. You want to keep the hype train going? Wait, it's not a hype train. Wait, what's going on? Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's not a hype train? There's no hype train happening. Why did it say that it was a hype train? Why did it say that? Hey, Song of Ashley, how you doing? It said it at the top of the Twitch chat, right? Is that just not... Is that me? Did it, like, start and stop? 2 more fivers and I get a cat to cure my headache. False hyped. Hey, listen, I got a bunch of donos, so fuck it, we'll play a tune. Fuck it, we got some donos. They never count towards the hype train, so we'll listen to one tune. It's not long. Yeah? Yeah, more like Ghost Train. I wasn't gonna say anything. I don't need that. I need truth. Community train incoming. Here we fucking go. Okay. Alright, community, rare community train. What does this mean? You unlocked 1 emote for chat. Keep leveling up to give away even more emotes. Chat, we got 4 minutes to go. Let's go. We're pulling up the tune. Sam with the 10 gifted. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Yo. Yo, Sam, thank you so much for the 10 pack. That's crazy. Everybody enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Do Nukin, hello, how you doing? And Sam with the 30 bits, let's go. I'm a little lost without Ray's coverage today. My attention is locked. Yeah, me too. Me too. This is the bit. Here we go, chat. Squeeps, thank you so much for the £3.75. Let's go. Huge banger. Alright, chat, you know the score. We got 2 minutes and 51 left. We're bringing in some Bashar Murad. Krill with the 5-pack. What's going on, Krill?
What's the fuck?
Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Everyone, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes.
What's the fuck? What's the fuck? مين اللي وصفك؟ مسؤول الحفلة طالع زي الزنبرك. مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني كنا.
Hey, Ativa Secretariat, what's up? Technomancy as well, saw you in here.
مين اللي وظفك مسؤول الحفلة طالع زي الزنبرك
How you doing, Krill?
مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني كنا مكيفين وبعدين شفنا منظرك.
Alright, 150 left on the hype train chat. You know what to do. See someone without a sub in the chat, gift them up. There's a couple of people. Big bangers. This is Intifada on the Dance Floor by Bashar Murad. Sam with the 5-pack, let's fucking go!
سكر عليك ما تفكر هون ما في حدود فك القيود كل شي موجود متوفر.
Thank you so much, Sam. Utter legend. So many gifted subs at the moment. Popping right the fuck off. Alright, chat. We're at level 6. We've got another 4 minutes 30. Sorry. Sam outside with the 30 bits as well. Hello, Rylesy. Baxapath with the 200 bits. Let's go. Thank you so much, Baxapath. 3 minutes 55 to go. Sorka with the gifted sub to Donk Bonk 22. Hey, Forbidden Economics, welcome in. All right, chat, next tune, Inside the Ride. It's a classic. Whoa, 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 let's pull it up. What's your favorite song off stream? All of them. Literally all of them. I don't play a song that I don't like. Hey, Ricky Bickies, what's up?
The soldiers took the streets in 69.
Come on, chat.
To protect the people at that time. In Darien,
Chakera!
the peace it did not last. You were shooting people down and wrecking homes. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no bloody homes of your own?
Sam with another 30 bits, I think. Thank you so much. 2 minutes left.
To see old Ireland free once more. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no bloody homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. Remember Operation Motorman, when the barricades came down across the land. You were shooting people.
1 minute 32 left, chat. If we get a few more subs, we could probably have another tune.
Go on home, British soldiers, go on home. Have you got no bloody homes of your own? For 800 years we fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more.
One minute left. 1 minute left.
If you stay, British soldiers, if you stay, you'll never ever beat the IRA.
So you enjoy it.
14 men in Derry are the last that you will bury.
Thank you for the £6.66. Thank you so much.
We fought you without fear, and we'll fight you for 800 more. Yes, we'll fight you for 800 more.
Come on, chat. Can we get another couple of subs in before the end? That's the question. All right, we have got another 8 seconds to go. Will we get a next tune? Oh shit, Sam outside with the fucking 5 bits. Let's fucking go. All right, yeah, then we will get another tune. Let's go for... I wasn't even prepared for that. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing alien weaponry. At the fucking buzzer. Even though this tune is 7 minutes long. We're doing alien weaponry. We're at level 9, you know? Sam outside with the 40 bits as well. Thank you so much, Sam. Oh my god, keeping it going. Sam, literally on their own. Alright, chat, get your hair down. Time for some head banging. And another 30 bits. Thank you, Sam. We've got 3 minutes 42 on the current hype train. Can we keep it going? Yeah, look after yourself, network. Yeah. This is such a banger. Alright, another 2 minutes. We are going to listen to this one the full way through. But if we get some more gifties in, we'll listen to another one. Imagine that. One minute 30 to go, chat. I know there's some people in the chat who still don't have a gift sub. Who's feeling kind? Who doesn't want everyone to feel left out? That's the real question. And underneath it all, who wants me to have money? Sam outside with another 5 gifted subs. Confirming that we are gonna get another tune after this. A network with a gifted sub to Fungal Goon. Thank you so much. Sam the fucking goat right now. Alright, will we beat our Hype Train records? Hey Morgana, what's up? Yeah, Fungal Goon got. Sam with the 30 bits. Legend, thank you. Right, now I've got to find another tune. This fucking tune is just so epic. It goes on for 7 minutes and it's just fucking mint. Alright, we're about to beat the record, chat. Someone might have just come in and seen that we're doing a hype train. No, that's not quite what's happening by any means necessary. It says it at the start of the video. It's more about Maori tribes who were co-opted by the British to fight other Maori tribes. Basically, the colonizers turning tribes against each other. Yeah. Alright, chat, we're going silly mode, yeah? We've had some serious tunes. It's now time for silly mode, yeah? So, that's what we're doing.
Alright, motherfuckers. Let's fucking party tonight.
You know it.
I got a big bald head, all the better to make love. You find me in the club, fucking it up. Tuck my dick up in my legs and I tape it up. Now I look so pretty, I'm $1,000,000.
Sam with another 60 bits, thank you so much.
I got an intro, I'm struggling.
Uh-oh. What just happened?
If you see me cry, I better walk on by, cause I don't wanna share the pain that's inside. 5'9" in my 6-inch boots. Ladies, would you like to get loose? Ladies, would you like to get wild? Ladies, would you show me that moose? Knuckle, the buckle of my belt's untied. The shade's jet black, but the mustache wide.
Very solemn tune.
All night while I shake these thighs in the laser lights. Give it to me.
Whoa! Emily, what the fuck?
Give it to me.
Emily with the 20 gifted subs. Yo, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Yo. Okay, everyone's got a sub.
Give it to me.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Come on, baby, give it to me. I'm an angry man, but I'm a
absolute legends. All subbers. Let's fucking go. 20 gifted subs. When's the last time that happened? Probably last week when Emily and Sam donated gifted 20 subs. Thank you so much. Everyone enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, and say thank you to Emily and Sam and all the other gifters. You know, we got so many gifters. Network, Sorka, Krill, you know, keeping it going.
Baby, fuck with me, I got the horn and I'm giving out my love for free. One time for the ladies, come on. One time for the men, come on. One time time for everyone in between. Yes, you
gotta love them.
One time for the ladies. One time for the men. One time for everyone in between. Yes, you gotta love them. 1, 2, 3 to the bastard 4. My ex-wife is a bastard whore. 5, 6 to the bastard 7. Bigger than the balls like David Beckham. 8, 9 to the bastard 10. Backing on a crotch like a free-range hen. Raising a glass to the gays and the bis and the trans and the girls and the big bald men. You better not assume my pronouns. You ain't got a clue what I feel inside. Shake my ass while I play Beyonce. You wanna come fuck me, then get in line. I'm a top shelf piece of ass. Don't touch what you can.
Yeah, it's good in it, PvP.
Pole better give me cash and then I clap them cheeks and I'm out the door. Give it to me.
Get swiwy.
Give it to me.
Get swiwy.
Give it to me. Come on, baby.
Emily with another 40 bits. Thank you.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me. One time for the ladies. One time for the men. One time for everyone in between. Yes, you gotta love them. One time for the ladies. One time for the men. One time for everyone in between. Yes, you gotta love them.
All right, chat. We got time for one more. Unless someone decides to gift more subs, which, you know,
myself, and if you don't like it, you can fuck off.
I'm not fucking ruling that out at this point because literally we've had so many gift subs tonight. But it's time for a classic, yeah?
No la guerra, not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever.
Oh shit.
Peace forever. Venga por mí.
Sam with the 30 bits. Sam with another 30 bits. Let's go. Yeah, such a banger. Absolute banger. All right, we got another minute. Are we going to get higher than level 9? That's the question, chat.
Not war. Just peace. Not war. Listen to me. Not war. Just peace. The people United States. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre a pie. No war. Just peace. And the people United States. Please. Please, please, please. No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. No más Libia. No más Afganistán. Just peace. Just peace.
Thank you for the follow.
No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. No más Libia. No más Afganistán. Just peace. Just peace. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre de a pie. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre de a pie.
Yo, what a fucking hype train, chat. Utter legendary shit. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's thank everyone who is involved in the hype train today. Oh my god, absolute madness. I think it started with, let's take a look. Wait, there was a hype train earlier in the stream. Wait, what? I don't even fucking understand. Apparently we had a hype train earlier and I just didn't even see it. Okay. Yeah. Because like, okay. Alright, so there was one earlier, but we didn't do that with the proper hype train. I think it started with By Any Means Necessary and Nappers. And then we got Yeah, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the 20 bits. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for the gifted. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Sam Outside, for the 10 gifted. And then the 30 bits. And then Krill with the 5 gifted. Then Sam with another 5 gifted. And then we got some more 30 bits. Baxter Path with the 200 bits. Sam with another 30 bits. Sam with another 5 subs. Another 40 bits from Sam. Another 30 bits from Sam. Network with a gifty. Sam with 5 gifties. And then another 90 bits after that. And then Emily with the 20 gifties. Holy shit. All-time high reached. And then Emily with 40 bits as well. Sam with 60 bits. A massive fucking hype train. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much, everybody who supported the stream. Oh my god, where is it? There you go. Rare applause. Thank you, everybody. And considering that we also got donos during the hype train as well, I want to re-shout them out. Sawyer Enjoy with the £6.66. Thank you very much. Scrapes with the £3.75. What's Left After? Devon with the £5. Network with the £4.20. Hey, listen. Because we got so many gifted subs, we're turning on the cat cam. That's definitely £25 in subs, yeah? There he is. You all get to see him, yeah? You all get to look at him. He's there. He's having a bath. Yeah? He's having a bath. I thank you for another 30 bits, Sam. Alright, so, yeah, let's crack on with where we were up to. We were reading this BBC article. Donos fucked you up good. Yeah, no, I got fucked up big time. Thanks, everyone. Seriously. So, this is the news about Ghana calling on the Commonwealth to condemn the attacks on its peacekeepers in Lebanon. Who attacked the peacekeepers? Let's find out if the BBC mentions who attacked the peacekeepers, shall we? Ghana has called on the Commonwealth to condemn Friday's missile attack on its United Nations peacekeepers in southern Lebanon, which injured 4 of its soldiers. Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa did not say who was responsible when speaking at a Commonwealth meeting on Sunday, but said the bombing was an attack on every principle that the UN Charter exists to defend. That's interesting. Did he not say who was responsible? Did he not say that? Hey, Galo Mango, how you doing? Israel has been striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon after the Iranian-backed Shia group said it launched rockets and drones at the Israeli city of Haifa last week to avenge the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. All the injured Ghanaian soldiers are now in a stable condition, its army base has said. 3 had minor injuries and 1 was critically injured, successfully undergone surgery, responding to a treatment. We urge the Commonwealth to roundly condemn this attack and demand immediate investigations. No one to condemn. There's seemingly no one to condemn. Okay. The Ghanaian soldiers were serving in the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, when their base was hit Friday, shortly before 1800 local time. Social media was awash with videos showing significant damage and fire-burning battalion facilities accommodating Ghana's peacekeeping troops. Ghana's foreign ministry also formally lodged a protest with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres over the attack. Guterres has said that those responsible must be held accountable. Who's responsible? Ghana is one of the long-standing troop contributing countries to UN peacekeeping operations in Lebanon, where its soldiers serve as part of a multinational task force. Damn, I guess it's just like the ghosts of it's the ghosts of Bakalba. I can't remember what the region is in Lebanon. It's just like tulpas. It's demons. It is absolutely crazy. They have like a whole paragraph here where they talk about Israel has been striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. You know? But that's it. Maybe it was aliens. There's no way to know. There's just no way to know. The bombs just fell. Spontaneous missiles. Ricky Maru out of nowhere. For the late stream, I posted the Wikipedia page for a deranged Israeli propaganda show. I can't imagine it would be bearable to actually watch. Even from a Wikipedia eye view, it's so bonkers. From the way the BBC reports, it's about an Israeli police department who just pretends to be Arabs for a job. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just like based on real shit, isn't it? Ghosts of Christmases past, yeah. IDF would never. Hello, Juniper3330, how you doing? Welcome in. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Israel's been striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, so, you know, just, we don't know who it is, obviously. Anyway, this is from Matt Kennard. I would also recommend Matt Kennard, following him. He's an independent journalist. He's pretty spot on with his sources, rarely gets stuff wrong. I would say a good follow if you're still on Twitter. Today, a KC-135 Stratotanker flew from RAF Mildenhall in Suffolk to Tel Aviv, the US Air Force's main aerial refueling plane for Operation Epstein Fury. It's a tripartite attack on Iran, US, Israel, and the UK. Just like Huzza was a tripartite genocide by the same countries, the axis of evil. So you can see here the flight tracker thing on this refueler. Obviously, I think that it gets tracked all over Europe, and then once it got to the end of Greece, it turned off its tracker, and then ended up in occupied Palestine. So really cool stuff there. We've got a little article that I wanted to just go through very quickly. This is about Dan Kane. This is from Middle East Monitor. And we took a look at this guy in some detail a couple of weeks ago about how he was basically sat there going, yeah, I don't think that you should attack Iran, Mr. President. I don't think that it's a good idea. I don't think that you'll manage to do it, you know? And that's the end of that, right? General Dan Kane says here, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff delivered a private warning to President Trump with the bluntness that democracies depend on and empires routinely ignore. We don't have enough ammunition to win this war. It would not be pretty. This was not timidity. This was the solitary acts of institutional honesty still flickering inside the corridors of American military power. Trump's response was the response of a carnival barker, not a commander-in-chief. On Truth Social, that funhouse mirror of American political life, he swatted away the warning, with a salesman swagger. Oh no, no, if we do it, it will be easily won. Hey Krill, how you doing? Thank you for the 50 stream watch streak. Appreciate you. A sober assessment became a sales pitch and a caution became a lie. But the greater lie came next when Kane's warning leaked. Trump did not merely dismiss it, he inverted it. He told the American public with breezy confidence of a man who has never been held accountable for anything that the general had said the opposite, that the United States had plenty of missiles, plenty of everything, plenty of munitions. That's not what he said at all, Trump declared. He put triumphalist words in the mouth of a man who had spoken warnings. See Coholic, look, dude, I just knew straight away that you were just like Hasbro bot bullshit. As soon as you came in here saying two-state solution is best, trying to rage bait me, and then when I don't respond, you're like, free Israel. Like, yeah, dude, yeah. Come on, man. You think I was born yesterday? Get better material. Also, didn't you hear? Iran is free and Israel is free. You should watch the, no, I'm not going to tell him. I'm not going to tell him. He just doesn't know. He just hasn't heard the song. You know? Some boring, well, you know what it is, chat. You know what this is? This is just proof that the Hasbro department isn't making good on its payment invoices. It's not honoring its invoices for its propaganda, is it? Do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember when we read that last week? When fucking, what is his name? The British Israeli guy who was like complaining that he didn't get paid. He's owed millions of shekels and he's suing the Israeli government. That's what's going on. This guy sat at his desk like not getting paid, just like Two-state solution is best. And then, like, I didn't say anything, and he was just like, free Israel. Yeah, good work, bro. Good work. Barely covering the flight to Cyprus. That's it. They want to leave. There's no like impetuousness. Because they're like, I have to stay here and get bombed and not get paid. Okay. All right. Let's carry on with this. He put triumphant's words in the mouth of a man who had spoken warnings. And General Kane said nothing. That silence is not a footnote in the story, it is the story. By staying quiet, Kane allowed the American public to absorb a fabrication as truth. He did not say, no, Mr. President, that is not what I said. He did not invoke the oath he swore or the soldiers who would pay with their lives for the gap between political rhetoric and logistical reality. He chose the safety of silence over the danger of truth. In doing so, he did not merely fail himself, he failed the Republic. This is the rot at the core of American militarism. As the historian Andrew Bakovich has long warned, the professional military has become less of a defender of democratic values than a tool of imperial ambition, its senior officers more attentive to their next posting than to the constitution they swore to uphold. Kane's silence was not an aberration, it was a symptom. The logistics picture Kane reportedly described in private is not theoretical, the math is unforgiving. Current inventories of interceptors and precision munitions cannot sustain a prolonged air campaign against a nation 3 times the size of Iraq. The Wall Street Journal has documented an alarming gap in US missile stockpiles, reporting that reserves fell significantly short of requirements for high-intensity sustained operations. Pentagon contractors have been instructed to double or even quadruple production of Patriot interceptors, SM6s, and precision strike missiles. Attackett admission that the arsenal built for Cold War scenarios is inadequate for the war being prosecuted today. Consider Gaza, Israel, the most lavishly armed military power in the Middle East with complete air and sea dominance, has reduced a tiny coastal strip to a moonscape desolation over 2.5 years and has still not broken Hamas. Yes, this is true. We were covering the operations of Al-Qassam brigades that were continuing to operate, continuing to have successful operations against the IOF every single day during the genocide, the 2-year genocide. Gaza is 37 kilometers long. Iran is a nation of 90 million people, mountainous, strategically deep, with hardened infrastructure and a battle-tested Revolutionary Guard. The idea that it collapses under a few weeks of American airstrikes is not a strategy. It is fantasy dressed up as resolved. God help us if this continues. If it even reaches its 4th week, Colonel Daniel Davis warned on the Deep Dive podcast he was speaking militarily. The same prayer applies politically. When Trump now floats the prospects of ground troops, he is not escalating from a position of strength. He's not improvising from a position of denial. The admission that air power and missiles alone cannot achieve the political objective is the admission that the original objective was never honestly assessed. This is the pattern of American war making at the end of empire. Grandiose promises, catastrophic miscalculations, and then the slow, terrible reckoning paid in blood by those who never had a seat at the table where the lies were told. The costs are already accumulating, not merely in the currency of munitions and treasure, but in the currency that empire always spends last and regrets most: credibility. America's word, already devalued by 2 decades of manufactured justifications for war, grows cheaper by the day. Democracies can endure miscalculation. They can endure bad presidents. What they cannot long endure is the institutionalization of a culture in which truth is spoken in whispers behind closed doors and swallowed whole in front of cameras. When the chairman of the Joint Chiefs permits his own words to be weaponized as propaganda, when the man charged with counting the missiles will not correct the president, who pretends there are plenty, something more than military credibility collapses. What collapses is the social compact between the governed and those who send them to die. Kane's silence was not caution, it was complicity. And in the machinery of empire running low on ammunition and low on honesty, complicity is the one resource that never seems to run short, because when the missiles finally run out, slogans will not replace them, reality will. I think this is a great article by Jassim Al-Azawi. Pretty good stuff. Only an opinion. Yeah, I think they were saying the social contract, not the social compact. I think that's just a mistranslation. Yeah, the social contract between the government and those who send them to die. Yes, I think that's what it is. Did you see the updates on the veteran who got his arm broken? Yes, I did see that. Are we going to cover that? Am I bringing that up? Yes, I do have that on the docket. Don't you worry. I appreciate how this article is written. It's a bit refreshing to see an actual writer in this age of slop. It was a joy to read. Maybe there's a social compact I'm not aware of. I love social compacts. Compact discs. We've got some more rebellions from various different European leaders. Coming in hot now, we've got Paul Magnette. Now, I don't know anything about this guy's politics. I know that we got a couple of Belgians in the chat. Often. We've got Vord and Banker. So if yous can tell us what this guy's politics are about, that'd be great. But regardless as to what his broader politics are, he's saying the same thing that most European politicians with any kind of backbone at this point are saying. And let's have a listen.
Pas un de nos soldats, pas une de nos armes pour la guerre de Trump en Iran. Nous devons faire comme Pedro Sanchez, dire non à Trump.
All right, so let me read this for you, chat. Not one of our soldiers, not one of our weapons for Trump's war in Iran.
De nos soldats, pas une de nos armes pour la guerre de Trump en Iran. Nous devons faire
We must do like Pedro Sanchez and say no to Trump.
Non à Trump.
Trump has chosen Netanyahu as his ally, a war criminal responsible for the genocide in Gaza. Trump has decided to use brute force in violation of all the principles of international law. And the result, we can see it. The entire region is catching fire. It's chaos. History is repeating itself once again. We Europeans are already seeing gas and oil prices soar. So there you go. Again, it doesn't really matter what his broader politics are. Even if he's a conservative and he is saying we need to distance ourselves from the United States, this is broadly correct. It's the correct position. So, you know, that's what it is. Hey, Soph, how you doing? I just discovered a game where you are paired with an anonymous stranger and you answer their AI prompts, and it's really fun. You get to ask questions if you fulfill prompts. I've already been here a while. My messages weren't sending because of VPN. Oh, that sucks. Everybody go follow Sophie. She's great. She's one of my co-hosts on Red Planet, and she's my good friend. I hope you're doing okay, Queen. Why is Melp so squircle? It's a good question. Some of the best analysts just can't answer this. They just can't answer this, you know? They've been asking for years. Why so squircle? And they just can't figure it out. Some of the best scientists dedicated their lives to this question. There's no way. We need more minds on this. When will we ever be able to figure it out? When? We just don't know. Thank you for the 30 bits, Sam. What else we got? We got the last bit here of Iran-related stuff. Oh, yeah, this is fucking... Chat, this is fucking amazing. This is fucking amazing. I don't think that the IDF dropped this, but someone has dropped this. This person... I don't know who this guy is. Who is this? This is some weird, like, startup guy. I think that this person is just, like, advertising their, like, AI thing. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. It could be... This could be legitimate IDF stuff. I don't know. But nonetheless, it's really funny. It's similar to the... Yeah, he's done 700 startups. That's how you know. He's an investor in 700 plus startups. That's how you know he's a good investor. That's how you know he knows what he's doing, you know? 500 startups, 700 startups. One startup is too many. Let's be real. But yeah, this is... I saw a little bit of this before. It's pretty funny. Here's what... Oh, it's from the New York Post. Wait, what? So it's actually from the New York Post. New York Post... Hang on. New York Post. Khamenei bunker. Is this real? Israel released an illustrated video.
Top story, it's been 1 week since the start of the war in the Middle East, and the Trump administration is saying that attacks on Iran are about
CGI bunkers.
dramatically.
The escalating military campaign is raising concerns on Capitol Hill about whether the United States has enough weapons to...
Before I go, I just wanted to say this latest wave of terrorist attacks is concerning. I've even heard an IRGC sleeper agent was brake checking innocent people on the Autobahn. It's getting out of hand. Wait, what? Okay, Gallo Mango, goodbye. What do you mean? What is this? Is this a reference to something? I don't know. What are you talking about? What is this? I don't know what you're referring to, and I need to know.
Finish the job, and Rebecca Castor joins us live from Washington with the very latest.
Fear-mongering about IRGC sleeper cells. You're just fear-mongering about IRGC sleeper cells. That's fair enough. I think it's really important that we all do that.
Araxia Sandra, in just a little over an hour, President Trump is meeting with defense contractors to talk about replenishing the country's
brake checking is a crime in the Autobahn. 6 foot, ventilation, small fan, Saddam Hussein, yeah.
Jets striking the late Ayatollah Khamenei's underground bunker today, which was reportedly still being used by Iranian officials. It's located directly under the...
Oh, hell yeah, it is real.
The regime leaders were killed.
Oh, it is real. Oh, no, that's fucking crazy. What? I thought it was fake. I thought it was actually fake. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's take a look at this. So underneath the what? They're just saying this is a secret underground bunker. And they're like, okay, there's a car. You can get down there with cars, and you can get down there in a lift. All right, where's the stairwell? Where's the stairwell, dude? No stairwell, by the way. So if the elevator's fucked, you just have to go up the fucking you have to go up the car route. You know what I mean? I don't even know what you would call that. The car spiral thing that you use to get out of underground stuff. Gonna need Saddam added into every shot and frame of this vid. OSHA's gonna be mad, yeah. It's true, some jackass cut me off in the parking lot of B&Q. It must have been IRGC. They're always doing this. Those IRGC terrorists, they're always cutting people off at B&Q in the M&S car park. Ramp, thank you, Emily. Yeah, the car stairs, the car ramp. You have to go up the car ramp. Oh yeah, mate, that's great. Wait, this is what are you talking about? What do you mean? I love how it's like there's a big long corridor there that just goes nowhere. Like where does this go? It intersects with this other corridor at the end. What do you mean? And then it's just like, yeah, in here is the secret bunker. What have they got in here? It's the Dalek stairs, yeah. Okay. Alright, so they just have flags and pictures of Khomeini there. They've got a picture of Khomeini and Yahya Sinwar. Wait, is that supposed to be... Okay. Yeah. And they got like little, yeah, well, this is, what, like a room for doing speeches? Okay. That's the secret bunker where he was. It is absurd. It's completely absurd. like a Bond villain lair. This sucks. Bring back the Lego. Well, that was supposedly fake, right? That was supposedly actually not made by the IRGC, right? Someone made a Lego thing, and they were like, the IRGC released this Lego animation, and it's just like AI slop. Let me see if I can find it. I wasn't going to show it because it's like it's fake, but Lego IRGC. Will it just come up on Twitter if I... Yeah, okay. Okay. People are just tweeting this and just being like, the IRGC did this. The IRGC did this, and it's like, Epstein file. The IRGC is the Iranian Revolutionary Commando Guard or something. It's just like the Marine Corps of Iran. Yahya Sinwar, the only resistance leader Khamenei ever met. Yeah, there's no way that they would put a picture of Malcolm X in there, because then people would know, you know. Although I don't know if he actually like met Malcolm X, but he did like Malcolm X. Anyway, it is AI, but I didn't know it wasn't Iran. No, this is just someone has just made this. I think it's got like watermark over watermark here or whatever. I don't know. Jeffrey Epstein file. Hey Barack. The AI RGC, exactly. Lol. What is that? What, like, where is this even supposed to be? Is this supposed to be Israel? Like, I don't understand. Is that okay? I know that it's like they've tried to do like a Lego AI. It's got like a spoiler up here that it's not on the other side. Whatever, man. It just looks like 9/11. I know that I've been joking looking at the footage of this building in Bahrain getting attacked and calling it a 9/11, saying that Iran just did a 9/11 in response already. But like they've really made it look they've really made it look like a 9/11. And that's crazy. Just like this is just, you know, we're getting into like anti-Semite levels here, you know what I mean? And they're like, this is Tel Aviv. Wait, what? Oh no, on the map is Tel Aviv. These are the IRGC, right? Okay, that's how they're transported, chat. That's how they transport the Khorram Shah 4s. Yeah, I mean, it's accurate so far. It's pretty much accurate so far, even though it's AI. It's all real. BB running through some poo and in like a sewer or something. That's so cool, bro. What the fuck is that? It was Iran who made it? Have you got a link? I saw people fact checking it on Twitter saying like this is just made by like a random guy. You know. So I don't know. It could be. Iran could have done it. You know. In remembrance of the students from Manab who were... The link I had is the Sun one. The Sun? No, I need a better link than the Sun, Soph. Oh, you said you had the link. You're gonna get another one. Yeah, please. Yeah, I don't want the Sun. All right. Well, there's the video. Right. There's the video. Price of oil is going down. Price of oil is going down. So there you go. Wait, is it 9:30 yet? When's he doing his speech, chat? 9:30. We got half an hour. CBS. Wait, what? Trump says war against... Wait, who is this? Al Monitor? CBS says war against Iran is very complete. Wait, what? What? No. No, what? It was just shared by an IRGC news outlet. I don't know who made it. IRGC news outlet? You mean like a state like a state news outlet from Iran, right? This is so good. Oh, chat, this is so good. This is so sick. President Donald Trump has said the war against Iran could be over soon. Okay. Trump also told CBS he had someone in mind other than Iran's newly announced supreme leader. Okay, well, I don't think that's gonna happen. Trump separately spoke to Russian leader Vladimir Putin, who shared proposals about quickly ending the war, the Kremlin said. The Kremlin have said that, okay. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and S&P 500, which have been trading down earlier in the day, rose after the reporter's post. Yep, that is how that works. Trump tells CBS Iran war is very complete, pretty much. Nah, man. What?
All right, we are getting some breaking news out of D.C. Our Eamon Javers has the very latest for us. Eamon, over to you.
Frank, you guys have been highlighting that all major averages have now turned positive, and the reason for that appears to be a social media post by CBS News. Their reporter Weijia Jiang has just posted that she's been on the phone with President Trump this
News,
afternoon.
yeah.
She says, in a phone interview, President Trump told me the war could be over soon. Quote, I think the war is very complete pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've got no Air Force. He added that the U.S. is very far ahead of its initial 4 to 5 week estimated.
That wasn't your initial estimated time
frame. That post from Weijia Jiang of CBS News based on her conversation with President Trump a short time ago. And that comment that the war could be over soon, the war is very complete pretty much, says the president.
What a cool world we live in, chat. The president said the war is complete pretty much, and then crude oil prices just plummeted. Like, what? Oh my god. What is happening? What is happening? I was laughing so hard yesterday when I found out that the Dow has only ever been above 50,000 for 5 days ever, and 2 of those were the weekend. That's mad. We've long since gone into vibes-based stock. I know. It's just so cool that this is what it is. If the price of oil is dropping because of this tweet, the market is even dumber than I thought. Well, he has a direct effect on that stuff. Like, we saw it happen last year. What was it that happened last year? Soph was tweeting about it. Yeah, like across the board, stocks are going up across the board. You can see here on the FinViz, this is the day, end of day, what the stocks are looking like. So, you know, if you look at like the week, obviously it's a lot more red. But then if we look at today, this is the first day that they've gone up since the last week. You know? Yeah, money is it's just not real, is it? It's just not real. Money's just not real. Also, hi Chilavina, welcome in. It's very complete, pretty much. That's what I tell the teacher is the state of my overdue assignment. Yeah. I'm not owned. The war is very complete. I mean, if Trump was saying, like they were saying, that they wanted it to be like Venezuela. And it's not like Venezuela. It's very much not like Venezuela. Iran has, by all evidence, and we're going to see some evidence in a minute because we're going to watch the Electronic Intifada breakdown, verified footage by John Elmer. And I know that it's a 45-minute long video, so there's a lot of verified footage of Iran's retaliation. It's proven to not be quick. It's proven to very much not be Venezuela. Israel arguably probably jumped the gun and pulled him into the conflict. That is something that is being spread around even by Israel itself, which is, you know, interesting. I wonder if, yeah, Trump is going to be speaking soon. We're gonna watch that. We're gonna jump into the John Elmer video, and then we're gonna watch the Trump press conference. Fictitious capital is the vast majority of capital in the world several times over. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And this is the biggest thing that is taking over the world at the minute. Fictitious capital. If this shit didn't exist, we probably wouldn't be at war with Iran right now. He very well may try and end the war and take US troops out. Or just say, I mean, look, you know, it's not like he hasn't done things like this before, where he's said, like the ceasefire in Gaza, right? It's not a ceasefire. Israel has been bombing Gaza continually now for like the last 90 days. Or, no, it's been way more days than that. It's been like 160 days since the so-called ceasefire in Gaza. And Trump was like, it's over now. We've sorted it. The board of peace. We've made everything fine. They got hit very hard, but, you know, we've called the ceasefire and Hamas better behave themselves. He could very well just be like, we've won in Iran, everybody. We've won. They ran away. I ran to them. They ran away. But they'll still keep bombing him. So it could very much just be that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and hear what he says. It'll be very funny if he says we won the war. It'll be incredibly funny if he just says we won the war. That will blow my mind, even just knowing what Trump says in these kinds of things.
Of the United States to CBS. I think that is
even Bush waited 5 weeks
shift for Trump.
Hey, Bellatrix.
In the most recent days of this war. What he has said over the weekend was he's prepared to do whatever it takes. This will go on as long as it takes to complete the mission. Now, it's
over. Iran is gone. They left. Don't call them. They won't answer.
Participants is something bullish for the market, given all the concerns about the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices, and the like. It's going to leave a lot of open questions, Frank. How will the president extricate himself from the war if that's the direction he intends to go? And what will the Iranians do? Will they, in fact, allow traffic to continue in the Strait of Hormuz, or will they continue to keep it under siege in order to put pressure on the U.S. administration? And then what's the impact of having an Iran that will now be headed by a new Ayatollah whose father and wife were killed by U.S. airstrikes, or allied airstrikes anyway? That all sort of TBD, but for right now, this does seem to indicate at least a rhetorical shift from the president pointing toward something of an endgame. We'll watch.
This is fucking mental. Chat, this is absolutely fucking mental. All right, like I said, for the next 20 minutes, we are going to watch Electronic Intifada. We're going to watch John Elmer with the Resistance Report. This time, instead of doing Al-Qassam or Hezbollah, he is doing Hezbollah and the IRGC. Iran strikes back after Israel and US launch war with John Elmer. So we are going to check them out. American allies have lost all faith in American defense. The global economy is doing backflips. 8 years of building American bases undone in 10 days. Trump literally did more than any anti-colonial movement in the past century. Mission accomplished. God bless him. Comrade Trump. Comrade Trump. Everybody support Comrade Trump for destroying the evil empire. In coalition with the IRGC, the memory of Khomeini will never be forgotten. Yeah, you know, that's what's going on. It'll probably be his ground war. Well, this is what I think. Like, yeah, I just can't imagine him saying we have won. I just can't imagine it. Like, he's said that, and so that now means that oil is you know, the price of oil is going down. Unless there's been some other news that I've not seen in like the last 4 hours or something where, I don't know, maybe it's because Macron said he was going to send a special operation. French special operations, famously very successful. Famously very successful, especially when they're outside of France. So maybe it's that. I don't know. Maybe it's him saying that they're going to do a special operation in the Strait of Hormuz to get oil out. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to start sending HMS Dragon right in time for it to get there as Trump pulls out, forcing us to awkwardly turn around and go back like when Trump called Keir to the front of the stage and then just start turning back. Yeah, it will be very funny. It will. Putain. This is the man who said injecting bleach would cure COVID. I can imagine him saying anything. He does just say anything. But I think it's probably that, Soph. I think you're right. I think it's going to be one of two completely insane things. It's either going to be, one, we've won the war, we did it, I ran to them, they ran away, they won't be running back. Or, two, we're doing a ground invasion. And both will be because they have no more interceptor missiles. Putain just means like fuck. Zut alors, putain. Le brigade du baguette. Yeah. Yeah, they killed his parents and his wife, I think one of his kids, and now he's going to be supreme leader. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure he'll be very pliant. I'm sure he'll be very cooperative with the United States.
Assistance report for day 881 of Israel's genocide in Gaza and day 6 of U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. I am reporting this on the afternoon of Thursday, March 5th. Things are moving quickly, so keep that in mind.
Putain means whore.
We're going to cover the first...
Oh, shit. Okay, well... Yeah, I'm not down for that.
First 5 days of this war, and let's start with the maps off the top, as we usually do.
I thought it was just used to be like, fuck.
What Ali was talking about the Strait of Hormuz. You got the choke point of global energy, 20% coming out from Qatar, and 20% of the oil, natural gas from Qatar, and 20% of
the network is actually in France, right?
Yeah, uses comes through that strait.
It can just be fuck. Yeah.
Well, just one thing.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was. Option 3: Trump announces he's invented alchemy, but instead of gold, he's worked out how to turn water into oil. Yeah,
that as a commander of the naval force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said yesterday that the United States cannot escort ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump cannot send his fleet to extract those stuck in the Gulf or open the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says, we will escort the ships if necessary. Now is the time for necessity, Mr. Trump. So come and escort your ships. Of course, that puts them well within range of short-range ballistic missiles, anti-ship missiles. And so the Iranians are taunting the Americans to actually escort those ships. That would be a massive undertaking for the Americans. And they do not have the warships in the area right now to do that. So it would involve another buildup. So for now, I think the energy markets are going to spike for sure. And we look at the next one, we can see these bases. These are the main targets of this battle. Each of these countries moving from...
Can Iran hit the UK? You asked this in Rowie's chat, didn't you? You were like, I know this sounds silly, but can Iran hit the UK? No, they can't hit the UK. They can't hit the UK. I think the furthest that their ballistic missiles go is like Bulgaria and Romania, which are just over here. You know? We're cloning dinosaurs en masse. It's Jurassic, like a Jurassic Park island, but much bigger, more dinosaurs. We're refining these beautiful lizards into the water, and it's making clean, beautiful oil.
The shores of Iran out, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan, and of course...
Is it the same stuff about Iraq and it wasn't true then? Yeah.
Thrusts of it. The U.S. has said that it has dropped 2,000 bombs in the first 30 hours of this war. 1,000 were in the first...
2,000 bombs in the first 30 hours is absolutely fucking batshit mental.
13 hours of the war. They've struck more than 2,000 targets. The Israeli Air Force said this morning that they've dropped over 5,000 bombs in strikes.
The fact that they did that, and Israel said that they dropped over 5,000 bombs, which you could probably reduce that number to maybe like 3,500, right? That, and the fact that they're still firing missiles effectively, and they still fired missiles effectively all over the weekend that this was happening, I think it's safe to say that these bombs didn't really do much. They've probably done some amount of damage, and of course we know that a lot of the bombs have been like targeting civilians. Schools, fucking police stations, shit like that. They're desperately trying to bomb what they think are IRGC command centers and shit. You know what I mean?
The Iranians say 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones have been launched. Hegseth, the defense secretary, outlined the mission. He said the mission of Epic Fury is laser focused, destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy the Navy and other security infrastructure. So this is a regime change operation. And as Ali pointed out, Trump has 47 years of grievances against Iran that they're using to justify this regime change. If we look at the next map, you can see the bases that have been targeted. And these are the key bases in the UAE. The key bases there, Al Udeid in Kuwait is the CENTCOM main air base. And then beside it there in Bahrain is the 5th Fleet, which is the naval command for the entire region. CENTCOM covers basically everything that you see in that map and a little bit more. But you can see also targeting in Kuwait. There's a significant force in Kuwait. The numbers in between Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar are more than 40,000 American troops in those bases. But the number of...
Wait, is she talking now? Trump delivers remarks to members' issues conference. Wait, what?
What we've done is we paid the highest price for drugs anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price for drugs anywhere in the world. We are tied for the lowest price. Whoever has the lowest price, that's what we pay. And I did that through tariffs. We had a little disappointing decision, to put it mildly.
He's been speaking a little while. He seems kind of tired.
Decision for the people, but the good news is I have lots of other ways of doing the same thing. I just have to work a little harder. They want me to work harder, but we're doing the same thing with a lot of work. But I use tariffs to get this because I went to other countries.
I don't think the war is ending. I just saw this on AP. Israel's military said late Monday it begun the day's second broad wave of strikes in Tehran. Yeah, I think that that's Israel, though, right?
So we were paying 13 times more. They're paying $10. We're paying $130, and the drug companies because they knew that I couldn't get the countries. You had to get the countries to approve it. And I called.
There's got to be a way I could do this. Wait.
I say this a couple of times, not often. But I called the countries up. I called up France. I said, Emmanuel, you have to cut your good friends from America a reasonable deal. What's happening is you are paying a tiny fraction for drugs. No, Donald, I cannot do anything about that. I said, you can. And he said, no, I will not do it. I will not do it. Because he'd have to raise his pill from $10 to $20 and maybe even $30. Ours would come down from $13 to $130 down.
It looks like it's been microwaved, yeah.
From $130, that's what you're going to get. From $130 to $20. But he has to double his price from $10, and they were the boss. I said, no, you will. No, Donald, I cannot do that. And I heard this from all the other countries, too. Very elegant people.
Chat, is this definitely the speech that he's doing? There's only 500 people watching. I don't think this is real.
Because, they have to double.
He said the same thing weeks ago in Switzerland. I think he is in Switzerland. I don't think that this is... I think that this is one of these channels that says that they're doing like a live Trump report, but it's not. It's just not him. It's not... This is like him from Switzerland. What is this here? What does this say at the back? Let's just get rid of this. How do you get out of this? Right, there you go. What does that say? Congressional Institute. Republican members issue... This was started streaming an hour ago. Trump speaks to Republicans as Iran sends oil prices. So this is the thing that people have been talking about. This is him.
because you want to take credit for it. You want to take credit for it. So if you can, please.
Sounds like a DC think tank, yeah.
Codify. You're getting an 80%, 85%, 55%, 70% reduction in drug prices. Codify it. But if you don't, no president's going to raise it, in my opinion. Although they are crazy, you know, these people are crazy. They could find a way. You better get it codified. And as we work to bring down interest rates so that more Americans afford a house, I'm also asking...
Wait, he's addressing a conference of congressional Republicans at his golf course in the Doral, Miami.
Thousands and thousands
He's in Miami?
of single-family homes, hundreds of thousands of homes, because homes really are for people, not for hedge funds. We want to get the market out so they can do it, and we're stopping it. We want people to be able to buy a house. It's the American dream. Buying a house is a part of the American dream.
Why is his...
And we must also stand up for the safety of our citizens. One of my guests at the State of the Union...
His suit jacket is looking all fucked up.
The mother of beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian girl who was stabbed.
He's just chatting shit. He's just chatting rubbish. He doesn't really think that houses should be for people, not for hedge funds. We heard him say this like a few weeks ago. Yeah. He keeps getting possessed by Mao. But he's just doing it to be like, he's talking about homeowners, right? That's what he's talking about.
Democrat to even clap. The Republicans clapped and went wild and they loved her. Not one Democrat in that whole room even thought about clapping. They sat there frozen-faced, disgusting. House Republicans should get...
Yeah, he also said no new wars.
Tough new crime bill that imposes harsh penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, which this nut was. Cracks down on rogue judges.
This can't be the announced speech. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Once and for no cash bail is a big part. I mean, you have a man murder somebody, and by that afternoon he's out on bail. No cash bail. It's a huge problem. We also need to end debt.
This is from 14 hours ago. No. This is from 14 hours ago. We got bamboozled. Wait, it is live? Wait, what? Oh no, it is live. Chat, it's so hard to figure out if it's live or not.
Sanctuary cities, and you have bills before you now, and you're working on things, but hopefully you can do that.
The White House is saying that this is the right one.
Terrible. They're sanctuary for criminals. That's all they are. Sanctuary for criminals. They fight ICE all the time. That was the problem up in Minnesota. They had a lot of criminals in there. They wouldn't give it to us. And to stop illegal aliens who cannot even...
Days since misinfo spread zero. Yeah, we got to get that counter.
They have no idea what they're reading. I wouldn't be able to do it in their countries. There's arrows, there's speed limits. They have no idea what they're reading.
The Sky News link for an upcoming thing scheduled at 9:35. Can you drop that in the chat, please, Soph?
State from granting commercial driver's licenses.
Hassie Poo's reacting to this.
And I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure. I would think it's the easiest thing. I just told Mike. You know, you were at $19 million. I have to say this because I've never contributed.
He's the second son of the Supreme Leader that was killed by the...
Once I became president, I never contributed.
Thank you, Soph.
The greatest thing about being president is I no longer have to contribute. Nobody ever asked me for money. They asked me for my endorsement. I've endorsed just about everybody in the room. But keep winning, right?
Yeah. Keep winning.
4-0 this time.
We're never going to end. We're never going to lose.
Is that good? And there were some rebels. We endorsed a few rebels, right? A few that Mike was saying.
Is this?
Tough one. But we're 124-0. But as president, nobody ever asked me for money. And as president, you know, as president, you sort of don't make campaign contributions. Right? But I heard you were at 19.
Is this just a speech that he's doing randomly in Miami, and then he's going to do a press conference afterwards? Is that what's going to happen?
I'm going to give you $1 million. It's the first time I've done that. I never did it before. I never did it before.
I'm so tired of winning, yes.
Now I'll be hit up by every political group, every Republican running. Sir, can I have some, give me a little cash. I'll have Emmer come up to me and say, how about a little cash for my campaign? I will no longer have the excuse that as president, anyway, no, but we had to hit the 20, right? We had to hit the 20.
He's doing the lean, he's feeling sassy, yeah.
You beat the record, the previous record by a lot. But I want to thank House Republicans for passing another.
Applause changes this man's chi.
Easiest of all, the Save America Act to protect our sacred American. Look at this.
To protect our sacred American. Look at this.
Look.
Wow, look, I'm in a room full of sycophants and they're all cheering me. Look at this.
Easiest thing we have. I can't. That's the easiest. It's the easiest thing we have. I can't. It's the easiest thing we have. Now, the problem is you call it the SAVE Act, and nobody knew what the hell the SAVE Act. Have you been seeing? I've been working overtime the last month. It's called the Save America Act. And I saw Schumer yesterday. We will stop Save America. He's getting killed. They can't do it. And then the things within the Save America.
Thank you for the 30 bits, Sam.
Just the title. So we had that with MAGA. Greatest name of all time. Make America Great Again. MAGA.
Greatest name of all time.
You know, I had something, Keep America Great. It was good.
CAG.
It didn't have that MAGA. You know, there was nothing you could see. I had CAG.
I didn't have that MAGA.
CAG, I said, you know, no longer, that's not good. But MAGA is great, and we'll always respect MAGA. We love MAGA. We're never going to let you down with MAGA. But this one's even better if you think about it. This says, America. We're going to save America. The Save America. How can they fight us?
I have a prediction, chat. It's going to turn out that the reason that he was so willing to go to war with Iran after being pestered by Lindsey Graham, after being pestered by John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, Steve Witkoff, Bibi Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, all these motherfuckers, I think he was like, I'll just tell all of my, day trader friends, I'll just tell all of my investor buddies to just invest in oil right now. Because we know that Iran are going to block the Straits of Hormuz. And we're just going to get a load of money. I think that that's what it is. I think that's what it's going to be. I think that's how it's going to come out. If this press conference that Sky is going to do is anything different than this, which it probably is, because this White House link here says, this is from like 14 hours ago or some shit. This page on the White House was put up 14 hours ago. So this could have been this morning, right? But you know, Trump's the king of the pump and dump, right? That's what he does all the time. He's the king of the pump and dump. He's the king of rug pulls. That's how he makes money. He could have. This all could have been like a massive investment opportunity for his fucking mates, right? So I don't know. He might leave fucking BB to it, and that'll be a laugh.
For disability, for illness, and if you're traveling, you know, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those three things. Then I added two more. These are best of, best of. These are called best of Trump. We should also add
He's so zesty. They filled him with the good stuff today.
To draw a new one with these few things added, and let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad.
Kay's in charge of the war now. He'll handle it from here.
Because
our
they know
protector.
if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer.
Do you reckon he had a fresh stroke this morning?
Boy, did they get killed because
revitalized his brain. Yeah, let's pull that back.
Not just get one like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible.
What is he talking about?
Because they know if we get this, they'll probably
why have this emote
for 50 years. Okay.
You want the Aboba emote? I can do that for you.
Like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86% that this stuff should be passed. The Democrats. With Republicans, you're at 98%.
98?
Democrats are at 86, except for the people that run the Democrat Party, because they want to try and win elections illegally. It's the only reason you vote
Pink performed a stroke combo, unlocked the new demonic brain cells, unlocked the forbidden synapses.
Voter ID is because you want to cheat. There's no other reason. They come up with reasons. They say, it's racist. That's their number one, racist. You have to explain it, and they're just sitting there mumbling. They can't explain it. And it's actually very insulting when they use the term racist. Very insulting to the people that they're trying to so-called defend, but they're not defending. Then I wanted to add two more to it.
He pulls these things out of the bag sometimes, and it's so annoying because he's right about the Democrats, but it doesn't mean that the Republicans are not racist.
I say 95%, maybe 100%. No men in women's sports. Very simple. Add that in.
No men in women's sports.
And I wanted to add in one other. I'm not even adding in no open borders because, there's some people that like open borders. These people are crazy, but that's okay. Because
this is what I'm saying. I feel like he's full of pep because he's just made him and his mates a bunch of money on this fucking war, right? He's accurately describing the way that racism feeds his Republican propaganda, yeah.
5 things. Voter ID, citizenship, mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots. Right? We don't want men playing in women's sports.
Men playing in women's sports.
We don't want men playing in women's sports and no transgender mutilation of our children. Now, that should be
the way he
says
says it.
Thing to get past that you've ever had. Each one, it's best of Trump. Those are best of Trump.
Yeah, you've heard of men in women's sports. Get ready for women in men's sports.
Category. This is the number one priority. It should be for the House. And I'd like to ask Tom, Steve, Mike, all of you, if you would, I'd like to have you go back and Lisa, hello, darling. She was screaming her affirmation of what I said. The kid went
okay,
wild.
You got the emote.
So happy.
Virulent, it's there.
That somebody finally said, let's vote on this. Lisa, you're going to get it done. Okay, I'm going to count on you. Forget the men up here. I'm going to count. Deal. But it's actually a matter in a serious way of national survival. We can't have these elections going on like this anymore. You use paper ballots if right now they have watermark. It's so
crude oil is
it gets
the price fall is faltering.
A code.
It's stalled.
Very, very hard to cheat. Another thing, and I don't even bring this up, it costs 7% the cost of those crazy machines. I love the machines where they get the machines, they spend all this money, and they announce during the election that the tabulation will go along for another 3 weeks. Right? With mail-in voting, there's not a country in the world that does mail-in ballots anymore. They tried it. France tried it. It failed. They go to paper ballots. They're all doing paper ballots right now. Most of them are doing paper ballots, except us. And nobody is...
We care so much about women's sports that none of the women in the Olympics were acknowledged at his State of the Union. Hell yeah.
The United States of America.
Did he just say we shouldn't have voting? He's always saying this, yeah.
And the reason I put those other two that have not much to do with it is because they are equally popular, and I think it might help us. And for those people that like Pfizer, I said maybe you put them together because a lot of people feel very strongly about Pfizer. Some people don't, but the people that want it, they really want it. And generally, for whatever reason, they're opposed to what we're saying about, about the ballots and about citizenship and all of those things. And so put them together and you might get a vote, but we have to get it done. And then we have to get the Senate to do it. But if you could send a bill up to the Senate, we're going for the gold. We don't want what was said. The SAVE Act, it was all right. Nobody knew what the hell it was, including me. I kept saying, what's this? Save America Act. Don't ever say SAVE
What
Act
is happening?
It's a loser. The SAVE Act. Nobody has any idea what are we trying to save? It's the Save America Act. If you could send it up in full form, meaning just straight, we will, I think the Senate has to approve it. I really do. I think, and they're going to have to go to the filibuster, and maybe it's going to be the talking filibuster like the old days, the great Jimmy Stewart, right? Remember the great movie, Jimmy Stewart? But they have to get it done.
The great movie, Jimmy Stewart.
If it takes you 6 months, I'm for not approving anything. I don't think we should approve anything.
Why is he talking about Jimmy Stewart? Why is he talking about Rear Window?
Look, you have them in a corner, and they're listening to every word I'm saying.
Hey, Stargazer Steph.
Because they can't win it politically. Because when they say, we don't want voter identification, we don't want proof of citizenship, all these things are just losers for them. And they won't be able to withstand it. Just like at the State of the Union, they started clapping at the end. I said that. And the reason, because politically, you have to stand for these great people that were being. And the word came out from people watching it on television.
His hands are going crazy.
You guys are getting killed. And this is an even bigger example. So if I could ask the people in this room to go for the gold. We're going for the gold. We're not going for the bronze. We're not going to sign a watered-down version like has been sent up there. Let's go for the gold, and let's just not accept anything else. I'll tell you what, I'm willing to just sort of say I'm not going to sign anything until this is approved. I really am. That's how bad it is. And we're going to have to push the Senate because you have 4 or 5 senators that are, I don't know, 4 or 5 Republican senators. You have to explain them to me, but we're not going to get into that. But we're going to push them to get it done because I don't think you can politically exist if you're not going to do voter ID and these things. I don't think the people...
You can't politically exist. Thank you for the follow.
Tonight, it'll make you, and I'm not doing it for this reason at all. It'll guarantee the midterms.
Hello, Gala Gladiator.
The midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. If you get this, your midterms, and they know it. For 2 reasons. Number 1, they won't be able to cheat. And number 2, the people are demanding it. Every time I go out, Save America, sir, Save America Act. We want the Save America Act, sir. That's all they talk about. They don't talk about housing. They don't talk about anything. That's what they talk about. And if you send it up there, you're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. And you're going to win every election for a long time until somebody really screws things up, and hopefully that won't happen. But I've never been more confident that if we keep these promises and deliver on this popular agenda, the American people will stand with us in overwhelming numbers, just as they did in 2024. I heard Mike say it's actually 78 million votes, but it was actually 86. You know, they
Hey, Baldwin.
like hell, unless
Thank you so much for the 6 months. How are you doing?
Remember?
Thank you.
We did.
Enjoy your ad-free viewing in emotes.
First time was great. Second time they cheated like hell. It was COVID. And
Here's the Crown Prince of just saying stuff, yeah.
inspirational level.
This Sky News link is just not changing.
And then they cheated again in the last election, but I went up. The term I used most was too big to rig. You got to go out.
Too big to rig.
We had polls having us way up. I said, don't believe the polls. Go out and vote. Make it too big to rig. And that's what happened. A couple of races they cheated on, they got away with it. A couple of Senate races, my opinion. But we have to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did. But we shouldn't have to win an election that way. You're going to have a hard time winning elections that way. So you got to get that.
I don't think it's very goofy to say that they're all the same, Gala Gladiator, because they are all the same. They are all the same. That's the unfortunate reality. What you might get with electoral politics in the USA is you might get some social change, some, social reforms for the people of America. But broadly, the biggest issue to try and get the Democratic Party to agree on is an anti-imperialist standpoint. Look at Kat Abu Ghazali, right? Look at Kat Abu Ghazali. Free Palestine, Biden was doing a genocide, ICE out of our streets, healthcare for everybody, all these great progressive things, right? And then as soon as you ask her about like foreign policy, she's like, I think we should get Taiwan loads of weapons so that we can attack China directly. Right? Zoran Mamdani, who, by the way, I make a lot of apologies for. I think in terms of providing social change for the people of New York, I think he's a great mayor. I think he's doing really good work. And also, you know, the Sky News stream is up. Thank you very much. But also, Zoran Mamdani, you know, is out here saying imperialist things. You know what I mean? I'd rather have Kat and Zoran than Cruz and Graham. Yeah, fair enough. But I think the broad thing you got to remember is that you're new here in the stream. And, you know, we're all commies here. If the first thing that you say is, I want all conservatives gone, a lot of us are going to say, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. We should replace the Senate and the House in America with a workers' council. Yes, you're right. So, you know, that's why you're getting a bit of pushback. But, you know, broadly, you know, I understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
And if we fight,
yeah, the Sky News stream is up, but I don't know what they're doing. What are they doing?
He's said to have made several proposals to end the conflict. Here's our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett.
At the Iranian embassy in Moscow, they keep on coming. Mourners paying their respects. Some tributes are to
Mike from PA thinks she's a fetterman.
Assassinated last weekend. Others are in memory of civilians who have been killed.
I do just think it's absolutely nuts that she said that about Taiwan, right? You know what I mean? The world would be a better place if general elections would be between Democrats and leftists. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Politics is simply dictated by
it's about pragmatism. It's about engaging in electoral politics so that you could get the working class in the USA and various imperial core countries better social mobility, social safety nets, things like healthcare, yada yada yada, so that you can have more time for organizing, right?
His ally continued. He did condemn the killing.
No. It's all about being a pragmatist, yeah.
And has called for a ceasefire.
Common pragmatist W's.
Moscow intervening.
I'm not from Liverpool, no, but I am from a place called Warrington, which is near Liverpool, but I live in Manchester and have done for the last 30 years of my life.
Last year, they signed a strategic partnership agreement.
She dropped into a district she has no connection to and displaced an actual progressive. Yeah, I've heard about this. Who's the progressive that Kat Abu Ghazali got rid of? Like, did she win the primary? And now she's the Senate candidate in Chicago? No, she's in the primary now, right? Because I've seen her like in the primary debate. That's what she wants to be the candidate for the Senate.
Political and economic point of view.
But watching from the sidelines has come.
I've repeated the voting is like sorting your recycling line so many times now, yeah.
Both strategically and reputationally, because it means in little more than a year.
You're going to be my mank mate from across the pond. I will never be friends with any chatter. Right? That's how that works. We're not friends. I'm your streamer, you're my chatter.
Iran.
That's how it works.
Moscow's influence are being laid bare.
On Russian
I'm not your mate, I'm your streamer.
They're not happy. The
Pentagon. Is it a house seat? Is that what it is? It's the house. Is it the State House? Or is it the National House?
Bad news for Moscow.
Also, hi, Jenny.
Global energy prices will boost its war economy.
No parasocialism.
US sanctions on Russian oil sales to India. But the price
it's national, right.
America's help on Ukraine.
No, it's all right, Virulent. Don't worry. I'm not being serious. I knew you weren't being serious about that.
Moscow.
Well, I'm just going to give you an update.
I'm not your friend Ludwig moment. Listen, don't call me Ludwig.
With the Revolutionary Guard saying that any...
What's going on? He's still here.
Win-win. And
oh, no, he's done. Oh, okay, so this is over now. All right, okay, right. So he is going to have a press conference in a bit.
Strait of Hormuz, and as we've been discussing, this is an important chokehold, and we've seen it disrupted, those shipping lanes disrupted. Over
Hey, Aslan, can we be comrades? Yeah, of course. That's what it's about, right?
Many of the
everyone go follow Aslan. There's another comrade
passing through
that you can be comrades with.
Donald Trump has said the U.S. Navy would be willing to escort some of those ships, but we know that they have continued to be disrupted. And now the Revolutionary Guard has said that any Arab or European countries that expel...
Look at these cheeky little cheekies trying to come through here. It's so funny. They're going up here and then they're going, oh nah, and then some of them are getting past. But maybe they're not. Maybe these are not oil tankers. I don't know. Maybe these are military ships or whatever.
An update from the U.S. Central Command. They've said they've now struck over 5,000 Iranian targets over the course of the last week. The U.S.
And what's a target, buddy? A target is just like anything. It's just whatever you say it is.
Vessels. That's according to U.S. Central Command. So this war really does rage on, and the U.S. military says it has struck over 5,000 Iranian targets so far.
Those Iranian targets, Iranian.
Joining me now is Sheikha Al-Anud bint Hamad Al-Thani. She's a Qatari businesswoman and political analyst. Thank you very much, Sheikha, for joining us here.
Mule, I think you're right to say that. I need to be reminded that I need friends in real life, yeah.
The Gulf impacted, and I spoke to the Prime Minister just yesterday, who talked about the fact that this isn't just impacting the region, it is going to impact the entire global economy and community.
Specifically the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, which is not only going to disrupt energy for the entire world, but it's going to disrupt a large number of critical resources that the world relies on. We're at a stage right now where the logistics lines are very intricate, and the Strait of Hormuz, as small as it is
here's the targets they're hitting, chat.
For a large subset of materials that people rely on for their livelihoods.
And yet tonight we're seeing this new demand.
Yeah, no worries, Emily.
Telling Arab and European countries
4,000 of those targets, just random mountainsides.
Wherever their embassies are, will let you pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Just your reaction to that?
I mean, this is just it's getting to be a ridiculous way of conducting political affairs.
Yeah, you get them noodles, Spooky.
First said, oh, we're attacking...
the red are the tankers, right, okay, so the green are not, right.
They're being used to attack us, but they never provided any proof.
Thank you, Monkey Sputum.
All of the Gulf states have come out and denied this. And the proof would be easy to provide in that case, but we have seen none. And then it moved on from...
Is there a specific beef with Ludwig, or is it just that he's a liberal?
Basically, every
yeah, he's a lib.
Economic vitality in the region. From airports to...
Didn't he say something weird soon? Like
I mean,
a few months ago.
And now we're, by their own admission...
The greener cargo vessels, right.
Apply political pressure.
Do you like Scousers? Yeah, as long as they're not fascists.
This is not the way to achieve your political...
I like anyone as long as they're not a fascist.
And in a way, they're behaving very similar to the way we've seen Israel behave, of trying to use military pressure and...
Thrown out of an art gallery, they keep trying to talk to the portraits.
They want, but it didn't work for them, and it's not going to work for Iran.
I wonder what you think about some of the comments that Senator Lindsey Graham has been making, saying to Gulf states that you should come and be on the offensive because you're being directly...
Mule, do you like dags? What's dags?
So Senator Lindsey Graham, he has his own perspective, but at the end of the day, once this war is over, he's going to go back and live in the U.S., and the Gulf states are going to continue to live here for the next 1,000 years, and Iran is going to be our neighbor for the next 1,000 years. And so the Gulf states have their own calculations.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Oh,
it's been a very big 2 days.
Here we go.
To say, and we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion.
Sorry, I got very loud.
And the great success we've had in
Hey, Finger.
and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success.
Operation Epic
While
Chungus.
we're doing all of these things,
Epic
we're
Chungus,
achieving
big balls.
major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force
Pretty well complete.
in Iran out very completely.
What?
Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. And these are fighting vessels.
We sunk 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. What?
We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places.
You said this 3 days ago.
The drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less.
Right.
We're also hitting where they make missiles, where they deliver missiles.
I don't think they are, but okay.
We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it.
Yeah, he's sounding acutely miserable when he's announcing all this stuff, yeah.
Having to do with electricity production and many other things, so we're not looking to do that if we don't have to.
Also high nemesis.
But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, all the pepper's gone from that last fucking
take them
bit.
all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90%
oil prices
decline
going up.
Various things, but in particular,
it just takes up a tiny bit
Iranian
then.
missile launchers, and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent the missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran.
Is Rawi live right now? Is Rawi streaming today? Is he taking a day off?
The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are.
He's taking the day off.
Out very quickly.
Okay, because,
We're ahead of our initial timeline by
we could immediately debunk this by going to Rawi's stream and listening to the fucking missile alert. The fucking missile alert thing that he looks at, you know?
Maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved.
Yeah, he did say he was going to take today off, yeah. But he said that last week as well.
Be willing
and he didn't.
to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with this situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in or the head of the country in that's going to be able to do something.
Yeah, I hope he's having a good rest, yeah.
Doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years. Whether it's the barracks,
you've got the alert link? Yeah. Hit me up.
Where they were involved.
Hit me up, Monkey Sputum.
Very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved in all.
Oh, wait, no. No, I don't know if I want it. No. I don't think I want it. I don't think I want it.
Now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Because you got to remember that, like, if you sign up to that link chat, you're going to be giving, like, the IOF all of your information and shit. You know what I mean?
And spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these counts.
And, like, Rawi doesn't give a shit about that because they already got all his because he's Palestinian. You know what I mean?
Just a short while ago.
Because he lived in occupied Palestine.
Who is standing right over here. They said...
you don't need to sign up or anything?
Keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, We want to continue to build.
Okay, well, hit me up then.
Nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And
okay, if you look at the
even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in operation.
He's talking about this. He's talking about they've destroyed the missile capability, but there was literally an alert. What time was this? 2 hours ago. All over fucking, like, all over this fucking area.
Alarm. Nazareth. Nov HaGalil. Tiberias. Kiryat Ata.
Like all of these places.
Kiryat Bialik. Kiryat Motzkin. Sachnin.
Wait, is that now?
Deir El Asad. Beit Jan.
Oh, chat, this is right now.
Safed Akbar. Safed Nov Kineret. Kiryat Tivon. Bet Zaid. Alonim.
Don't read the names. Don't read the names.
Kfar Hasidim.
Chat.
Nesher. Haifa Bay. Kiryat Yam. Sha'ar Naaman Industrial Zone. Kfar Masarik. Akko Industrial Zone.
No, these are just sirens.
En Hamifrat. Jadeda Makar.
How'd you get it to shut up? How'd you get it to shut up? Okay, we're not gonna have it read all the names. These are the fucking. Look. I mean, you could argue that these are from Hezbollah. These easily could be Hezbollah. Easily, right? I guess. Because Hezbollah have been targeting Haifa, they've been targeting all of these settlements across the north of the Galilee area. So, you know, this could be Hezbollah, but like that was pretty big just then. You know, I know that it's hard to try and pick out like a pattern or whatever, but you know, they are fucking doing this. They are still firing and shit. So I don't know if he's
and other things.
Oh, the price has gone up. The price has gone up by 0.4 of a cent.
It's coming out pretty soon.
0.4 of a dollar.
Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us.
He's just repeating a bunch of stuff that he said literally last week.
I would say.
That's all he's doing.
They attacked their neighbors.
The price is going up even more.
Largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually,
hey, Eric,
quite successfully.
All he needs is a big fuck off mission accomplished banner, yeah.
You look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day,
that price is still going up, chat.
2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear.
He can't remember as far back as last week. Yeah, that's true.
Is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then, and a much bigger threat now.
He's saying that he said he was going to attack Iran in 2015.
We want to keep it that way as we continue Operation Epic Fury. We're also focused on keeping.
Oh my God! The price just jumped by $2, chat.
The world. And I will
chat, the more and more he pontificates. Oh my God, you can see it in real time. The more and more he pontificates, the more the price rises.
And if Iran does anything to do that.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing this with my eyes.
Harder level.
It's kind of going up and down now.
Targets that were easy and that I mentioned.
It's going down again. It's going right down.
Quickly. They'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships.
As he's talking about oil, the price is going down, it's going up.
or anything. So the Strait of
Can you click the 1 day
Hormuz
button
is going
already?
to
Oh yeah, sure.
remain safe.
That's a
We
good
have a lot
point.
of Navy
Yeah.
ships there.
Oh, there
We
you go.
the best
Yeah, that looks loads
equipment in the
better.
world.
Thank you,
Inspecting
Barack.
the mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the
That's going
world
up a bit.
if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all.
He's talking about commercial vessels getting hit and the price is going up.
Lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're
Talking about risk insurance.
Risk insurance will perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it. Because you have to keep.
Looks like it's staying around 87 at the minute. It could go down to 86.
It affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive.
He is moving markets in real time. That is what's happening,
gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off.
He's taking sanctions off oil. He's taking oil sanctions off some countries.
So much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships and all of the...
Mine-sweeping ability.
Where they're placed, we'll get them out of there very fast. But we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. Okay. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed.
Everything is going badly, is what I'm getting from this. Yes.
The Middle East.
He's preparing for a withdrawal. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Eric.
Countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and
minesweeping capabilities, along with proficiency at solitaire and 3D Space Cadet pinball.
We're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's get some questions in.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to...
It's going down to 85.
I said, you could be more helpful by...
Not for long.
The Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive.
If they could penetrate Iron Dome defenses, I'm sure they could penetrate ship anti-air, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think so.
No, not this week, but
Very
soon.
Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are 2 levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But 2 levels of leadership.
2 levels of leadership all gone.
Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about.
Right, but well, he's saying it. He's saying it out loud. He's relying on people having never heard of the leadership of Iran, and just to be like, oh yeah, well, I guess that's true. I guess they've taken out 2 layers of leadership.
For that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think
Are they talking about Cuba now?
He's the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're really they're down.
One thing about Rubio, he's got big shoes to fill.
As they say,
big shoes to fill.
They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. Why is that?
We don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living on the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time.
He's just friends with old petty bourgeois Cuban gusanos. That's what he's talking about. People who were exiled from Cuba when it became a socialist state.
Well, they couldn't have made it, and we cut them off from everything else. So, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it.
Bad to our people.
Anyway.
He's talking about the petty bourgeois gusanos in Miami.
And a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around,
here comes the weave chat.
Sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more.
What?
But, whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic.
No, they don't.
Other countries, but that's being investigated right now.
Iran have got Tomahawks. They're so good our enemies have them. No, they
Mr.
don't.
President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown
I don't think
up.
any
They
of
have
that
no
is
radar.
true.
They have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So
no leadership.
you
They
can look
just
at that
elected a new leader. They elected a new leader yesterday.
Right now, as we leave here, I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But
we could leave it here, but we're going to go further.
Big risk. On
Oil
that
price
war
going back up again.
has
Look
been
at
over
that.
For 3 days, we wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big navy, very powerful navy. You know, these were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships.
He's stealing lines from the IRGC. The IRGC are saying, we will sink your tankers and they'll be at the bottom of the ocean. And he's heard them saying that, and he's gone, I should say that about their boats.
They'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak.
Yeah, they ambushed one big
So,
ship. Yeah.
The rest is going to be a determination as to...
Well, before he was saying, yeah, they ambushed one big ship out of the combat zone. And before he was saying, we sunk 51 ships. I didn't know that they had that many. Like, what you want about?
Oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Oh, he's going to talk about oil again. Let's look at the price.
Oil price is down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot
He's bringing them prices down. It's happening.
I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went
He just
very
said
quickly.
the best 4 times in a row.
We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel.
I don't think that's real
Then
news,
you had
Roshan.
the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon.
I saw that
within 2
earlier
weeks
today.
to
I don't
4
think it's
weeks.
true.
And they would have used it long before this press conference, and we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success,
Unless you've got like a link from, I don't know.
is truly unprecedented.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but unless you've got like a link from like Israeli news, I would probably say that's probably not true.
Not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include?
Because they're doing so much censorship in Israel right now, in occupied Palestine. It's just impossible to tell what's real or not. You know what I mean?
Of whether or not you're.
So unfortunately, the only people we could trust with shit like that are the fucking Israeli fucking papers. You know.
In order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes, and what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew.
Oh,
what
here
it
we
was.
go.
The Save America
This shit
Act.
again.
The Save America Act, and that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America.
There's not going to be any elections this year, chat. It's over.
So we have exceptions for the military, for sick.
Putin was impressed the same way a parent tells their 5-year-old they're good
away.
painters.
Business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added 2 things to it: no men and women sports and no transgender mutilation of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children.
Mutilization.
So we added those 2 things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86%.
All that vitamin D is wearing off now, man.
Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed
He practiced
to it is
these lines at the
Democrat
thing he was at 2
leadership
minutes
because
ago
they
and he got
cheat.
him wrong.
They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold. And
Going for the gold.
Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country, if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France
Yeah,
went
yeah,
away
they
from
do.
it.
What are you talking about?
You know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter.
What are you
when he
on
had a
about?
commission,
We've got
frankly, I
mail-in
think it's
ballots
probably
in the
best
fucking
thing Jimmy Carter
UK.
did. He said you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest, and it's turned out to be totally dishonest.
What? What?
Yeah.
Activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
press that trigger button to activate
Sleeper cells. Let's fucking go, chat.
They've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence.
This is Iran, chat.
We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been.
This is Iran.
A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under. We've got them
We're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Oil just under $88 a barrel.
Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new Supreme Leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, you mean the son? I don't want to say that, but, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
But wait, didn't you take out the leadership, Donnie?
You said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been decided?
I like the
and
idea
wiped
of, internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal.
He thought he was so clever. He thought he was so clever in that moment. Oh, my God.
Internal and eternal, come to think of it. I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman.
He's just doing free association.
President of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired.
He was saying this the other day.
The politicians got
fired. Oil's at $88 a barrel, chat. $88 a barrel. We broke the $88 a barrel.
And we don't want that. We don't want that. So
seal.
I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people. But, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this.
I can't figure out what's making it go up or down. Okay, so as far as I understand it, right, about this time is when it was announced that he was going to do a speech. Well, probably not at this time. It was probably in the morning, right? Around about 8 a.m. We're going to have a speech, right? And then the price has gone down and down and down and down and down until we've got to the speech. And they were hoping it was going to stay there. But then it started going up again because he's not really saying anything concrete. Like, that's what's happening. Incoherently as he's putting it, I'm guessing it's some sort of reference to debathification. Yeah, it must be, right?
And Secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation.
Wait, what was he asked?
Your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I
suggested that Iran.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. You're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
Why are you the only person saying this? I just don't know enough about it.
Starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some
it's
other
nearly at $89 a barrel, chat.
Say,
it's
right,
going back up.
We're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically
Let's do it the hard way, but it's really the easy way.
Any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States.
We sold Iran some missiles. Yeah, no, I don't think that happened.
Allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit.
The more the speech goes on, the more obvious it is. It gets he's driving it up overall. Yes, that's what's happening.
If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to...
So fictitious capital, all of the markets that support fictitious capital are speculative, right? So it's like, oh, well, we speculate that when Donald Trump does his speech this evening, his press conference to talk about the war, he's going to make some kind of announcement about oil because they have been talking about that. Like, the price coming down earlier is probably to do with, Macron yesterday or earlier today saying, oh yeah, we're gonna do a special operation. France are gonna do a special operation to escort oil tankers out of the Straits of Hormuz. And markets were kind of like, okay, well that could bring the price down. So maybe let's bring the price down, and then maybe Trump's gonna, say something more in his speech. And so it went right down. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, he's not said anything concrete whatsoever. So it's just... Yeah, at the start of the speech, it was literally like, what is that? $82 a barrel. So, it fell from 117 last night to 82. And now it's just going back up again. So who knows, man?
Maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do.
I think he's talking about Marco Rubio.
If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad.
I don't know anyone who buys oil. Well, this is the thing, because this price only matters to investors, right? It matters to investors, and it matters to refineries, and it matters to consumers, because if the price of crude oil goes up, that means that refineries have to pay more dollar on the barrel to it. It means that their profit margins get smaller. So that means that they have to increase the consumer price, or, whatever. So like refined oil is going to be turned into things like petroleum, plastic, whatever applications oil has. So that plastic manufacturing companies have to buy it at a higher price. So do petroleum companies, etc., and then that price gets passed over to the consumer. So that's why petrol prices go higher, right? Fertilizers as well. Hey, Rob.
They caught.
Thank you for the 5 consecutive streams.
That was after me, so we just got them first. But they caught the assassin. They have.
Whoa! Hang on.
But yeah.
You have called him an unacceptable choice.
They're talking about Mujtaba Kamini.
And how can you
I don't want to say whether or not he does, because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin.
Who is he talking about?
That was after me. So, but...
Who? The guy on his golf course?
That, but they did catch him, and I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the people?
Will I help them? I'd like to, if they can behave. But they've been very menacing. They're great people. They have an amazing,
very menacing
population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great. I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now, they're in a system that only allows failure, and I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it
looking like it might hit $90 to the barrel.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this?
Oh, yeah, the Mar-a-Lago kid.
As I said before, when you have...
He's talking about the Mar-a-Lago kid that everybody forgot about. That's what he's talking about. The Mar-a-Lago Trump kid. The guy who, loved Trump and then he realized he was a dickhead. And so he went to Mar-a-Lago with a fucking shotgun to try and kill him.
Sir, please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so it's ended now and it's hit 89. Oh, it's just going under 89. He's just getting off. No more questions. Okay.
About his campaign in Iran, two key messages, I suppose. One, the market reassurance of saying that it is close to being over. They are well ahead of schedule. This, of course,
Yeah,
day
no,
10,
that was what it was.
suggesting that, in fact,
That was what it was. It was market reassurance. That's all it was. Yeah, those markets are looking real assured. The price of crude oil definitely hasn't started to go up again. Let's have a look at the stock market just real quick. Okay. This is a month performance. Let's have a look at the day. Okay, things looking a little better for the market. All right, not looking great. Only really the Mag 7 companies, drug manufacturers, semiconductors, computer electronics, scientific and technology, solar seem to be recovering at this point. So we'll wait and see how long this goes. Banks and the banks sector in the financial sector have been like the most hard hit by this war, and by literally like the last fucking 2 years, to be honest. I was looking at like, is it going to represent it if I do like a year to date performance? I was looking at this before, like wait, year to date, I don't think that is what it means. No, yeah. Like some credit services have been struggling over the last like year, and then broadly if you look at like a month, like banks have just been like suffering so much over the last month. So yeah, it's interesting seeing how it's all going down, but not really going down or whatever. Anyway, chat, be right back real quick. I guess I'll leave you with the Sky News bit for a bit
in just one day, 4%,
and
never
I'll be right
seen
back
before. So the president is also talking now about risk insurance for tankers in the Gulf and is warning Iran if they decide to hit back in response to that, they will be hit even harder. He said the response would be incalculable. But as I say, he does sound like a man who is now looking for a way out.
Yes, stay there, David. I'm just going to get the views of our guests. Sarah, he was suggesting I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage when it comes to oil. David explaining some of the elements he wants to do about risk insurance and the US Navy escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll come on to that in just a moment. But your thoughts of what he had to say?
Well, yes, it's interesting. He's all the talk about China and his phone call with Russia. He's sort of casting himself as a sort of world philanthropist. He's just doing it for everyone's good, isn't he? I think that's very much what he's trying to sell. He's trying to sell that idea that he's a kind of grand, avuncular force for good in the world, and he's just trying to neutralise the bad people.
Yes, suggesting that oil security will be very much better if Iran is taken out like this. Kevin, your thoughts?
Behind his trademark bombast, he's very much under pressure because of the Financial Times reports. Petrol is up 16% a gallon in a week in the US, where affordability is a huge issue, as the cost of living is around much of the world. So however much he says
Hey, Piss Rail, how you doing?
The fact is,
some lib was telling me in the UK that we have to protect our allies, the UAE.
refineries around the Middle East.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Sarah Vine is a psycho. She's fucking horrible. Waiting for that AI bubble to pop. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Willow Treason. Welcome in. Fossil fuel import have increased for oil producers outside the Gulf. The higher prices are pure profit for them. Yep. He's on his last legs. Yep, he does look like that. Hope the Gulf states suffer more serious harm from this. I think they are. I think they're suffering mad harm. I love professional news stations doing audio level normalization. US markets closed before he even got on stage. Oh, that's right, Baxapath. Yeah, so we could see this. We could easily see this shoot up in the morning, or like if we have a look at it, like compared to the week, right? The state at which it was like increasing over the week was exponential, right? So what's the date here? March 9th. So from the start of the war. So this is when it started going up. It was literally here. It started going up. And then, it has these little, like, this is where it was at the start of the war. It was at $61 a barrel. So even though he's tried to placate the markets here, he's only really brought it down to 87 a barrel, and there's no guarantee that it's going to stay there, right? The reason why this is important, chat, is because our entire, like, the reason that our fucking countries are so hungry for oil is because our entire logistics system runs on petrol. We have not transitioned to green energy. We have not transitioned to battery-powered electric cars because our governments are capitalist, servile to capital. They're servile to capital. They're servile to lobbying groups, like oil lobbying groups, natural gas lobbying groups, etc., etc. And so all of our society is still built on oil and built on gas. If it just continues to go up, it's going to make life harder and harder and harder. It means that the price of literally everything is going to go up. Yeah, our governments are actively anti-green. And so, it is it's going to accelerate. It's going to accelerate the suffering of people in the imperial court, which only really leads to an acceleration of organizing. This is the truth of revolutionary optimism. It's a science. The more and more people get pissed off, the more and more people get poor, the more and more people are struggling, the more and more that they are going to organize and build dual power systems to, take power away from the state that is governing them. So while things are going to suck, things are going to get hard, it is again the reason why everybody needs to get out, join a trade union, join a tenant union, start an organization yourself. If you don't have an organization yourself, in your local area, shit like that. We've got tons and tons of resources at Red Planet Live, tons and tons. Not Red Planet Live, just at Red Planet. Tons and tons of interviews with organizers that you could go and listen to and go, oh, okay, starting an organization is as easy as starting a WhatsApp group, right? And it is, most of the time. Go and have a listen. Go and have a listen to literally every Red Planet episode, and you will learn how to organize. So, yeah, and this stuff is just going to happen. Trump wants to chicken out the war after getting a bloody nose, but Iran says we did agreements before and you broke them, bring it on. Yeah, that is what it looks like is happening debt away. Also, hi, welcome in. Let's go back to what we were going to watch before this, which is the Electronic Intifada Resistance Report. So let's have a little look.
Military
bases, let's get back to this.
Installations that have been targeted by the Iranians are in the dozens.
Oh.
They're also
I will hydrate. Thank you, by any means.
Strategic facilities like embassies, CIA stations are all in those embassies, and the CIA said this.
So for those of you that joined while we were watching a Trump speech, this is the John Elmer Resistance Report from talking about the Iranian resistance. There's been more strikes on Iran since and during this speech. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. Absolutely. Multiple strikes shake Tehran. Yeah, I mean, look, chat, they're bombing Tehran every day. Like, you have to remember, they're bombing Tehran every day. They're trying to kill as many people as possible. It's not just the USA. It's also, wait, is this not working? Is this thing not like doing the bell sound? Is it not working? Because I just turned this on and it's like there are like missile. Okay. Sorry. It says that there's missile alerts here. Did I miss this? Now, literally now, and then 29 minutes ago. We had that one 29 minutes ago, and then another one 36 minutes ago. I don't think this is working. Let me just refresh it real quick. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if that works. Desktop notifications, show notification, or while browsing other tabs. Oh, okay. I have to, like, allow it to do that, and I don't want it to do that. All right. Anyway. Their warning time for missiles is less than 4 minutes. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, it didn't do the noise. I just like clicked on the tab and it didn't do the noise. And I know that that's because Iran took out most of the radar systems. Yeah, I know that, but like it still normally does the noise. Maybe it doesn't anymore. I don't know. Maybe Iran fucked it so much that they just don't you just don't get the noise anymore. Anyway, this is what I was saying. This is John Elmer. This is a resistance report. He's doing this from the talking about the Iranian retaliation at this point. Because obviously he would normally focus on Al-Qassam in Gaza or Jenin brigades or the Jerusalem brigades in the West Bank. But of course he is focusing on, Iran and the Iranian response at this point. So that's what we're watching, just in case people who joined during the Trump speech didn't know what we were talking about.
That they are evacuating all of their CIA offices that are in...
I've seen Israelis on Twitter complaining about that by any means necessary. Yeah,
the one in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, was hit, and Saudi Arabia also hosts that key air base, Prince Sultan Air Base, that you see down in the south there. And in Jordan, Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base, that hosts the American Expeditionary Wing. And we saw in my report last week about the buildup that the U.S. is concentrating their forces on that air base rather than having them all spread out. So the air defense tactic is to concentrate their troops on a few of the bases and then use the carriers that are out. The carrier that is in the Mediterranean and its guided missile destroyers as basically air defense for Israel. If we look at the next map, again, you can see the targets all around. Those are both sides' targets as of yesterday. And you can see just how close the Gulf states are and the American bases are to Iran. And
so you can also see, chat, that when Trump is saying we hit 5,000 positions in Iran, he's absolutely over-egging the pudding, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. There's about 35 different areas that have been targeted, right? There's a lot of a concentration around Tehran. But then you've got, Minab here, where they killed the schoolgirls. And you've also... you've got these other places here. And so maybe he is right about them bombing it 5,000 times. They've dropped 5,000 bombs, and Israel have dropped 3,000 bombs. But they're all in roughly the same area, right? There's also a great deal of uncertainty in that spread. The AI doesn't know where it's supposed to be shooting. There is also that, apparently... the AI systems that US and Israel are using for this stuff don't know where they're supposed to be targeting, so they target random places like a park called Police Park, because the AI thought, well, that's a police station, so that's where, Basij militia or IRGC elements are going to be based. It's not, it's just a park. And
that is a huge advantage in weaponry. They do not need their long-range ballistic missiles. They can use shorter-range ballistic missiles, and that's the same for traveling the Strait of Hormuz. They can pull out anti-ship ballistic and cruise missiles to hit from close range. Those are devastating weapons at that range. And
what is this?
The Americans don't want any part of that. They haven't wanted that in the Yemen front as well. They keep their carriers as far out of distance as they can.
What the fuck is this?
Where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation, the variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Okay. Hey, Alejandro, it's a convenient excuse, honestly, too much, actually. They're genocidal, we know that. Well, yeah, they're obviously targeting Tehran. They're targeting civilian buildings in Tehran. They're attacking various different bits of civilian infrastructure as well. And Israel has announced that it is using the Dahiya doctrine, which means that they are genuinely, like, purposefully targeting. Like they are in Lebanon, they're also doing this in Lebanon, the Dahiya doctrine. In Lebanon, you know, that's why they're bombing Beirut. They're bombing civilian infrastructure in Beirut, civilian infrastructure in Tehran, and other areas in Iran, like Isfahan as well. They're bombing Isfahan. So, yeah, absolutely. They are trying to, you know, bomb the Iranian people into submission. But, you know, as I have said on this stream, as, you know, other people have said in other reports, like in the Middle East Monitor report that we read earlier, Iran is not Gaza. Iran is not Iraq, even. And even Iraq took a long time to bomb people into submission. And even now in modern Iraq, there are militias that support Iran that are currently attacking US and Israeli bases in Erbil in the northeast. Literally right here. Right there. I think John's probably going to get into this, you know?
Out of distance, at least of the short range. So they're off in the Arabian Sea there, down in the bottom right of the map. And the other carrier, the USS Ford, is up off the
no worries,
coast
PvP.
of Israel. It's out in the Mediterranean. It's not in Israel. There was a lot
Jensen convinced the US and Israel to give him millions, if not billions, to make a flying 40-60 that carries a bomb. It's just as stupid as it sounds.
Hezbollah
Yeah.
has anti-ship capabilities as well on the Lebanon coast that you can see there up in the upper left of that map. So really is a regional war, and these maps show that as clear as day.
Erbil's getting shit on right now. Hell yeah.
The next slide here, we're going to start.
I mean, I disavow.
The school massacre.
It's evil and bad.
This is the way Israel fights its
Okay, I don't think I can show that.
Too. Massacre at this school that was sort of captured, I think, with this photo here that we're looking at, a backpack with a child's blood on it. 168 schoolgirls aged 7 to 12 were killed, along with 15 of their teachers. There was 2 strikes on the school in southeast Iran.
2 strikes.
In the town of Minab. 6 buildings, including the school and the clinic, were destroyed. We can see on the next slide here just the totality of this horror. These are the graves for the children being dug. And as they always say in Gaza, the smallest coffins are always the heaviest. And you can see that with those small...
yeah, it looks like we absolutely hit the sub goal. Yeah,
row upon row of graves.
Yeah, 100%.
More, including the teachers.
So we just got the dono goal to hit now, chat.
People, and one more like this will show you the funeral on that day. And then the funeral on that day, despite Trump saying, don't go outside your house, it's scary, there's bombs falling, you don't want to be out there, there was a massive funeral demonstration.
Yeah, the people in Iran are just not listening to a word that Trump says. Like, why would they? Like, why fucking would they?
Schoolgirls showing just, you know, the kind of resolve that I don't think the Americans expected in this war.
No.
But the street scenes of those funeral marches were incredible under the scale of bombing that's happening. 7,000 bombs, according to the US and Israelis at minimum. And there was thousands, tens of thousands of people out on the streets for those mourning that funeral. We'll take a look at the next slide because the war began with these 2 strikes, the strike on the school and then the strike on the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. and he was killed at a meeting. So the key to the way the war started is it started on the first day of the work week in Iran, and it started at 9:30 in the morning. So when people were all out in the streets and people were meeting in their offices in the National Security Council in Iran, and they Americans and Israelis managed to kill in that assassination not just Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but also the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, the Minister of Defense, the head of the Military Council, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force, as well as the Deputy Intelligence Minister in that. Again, perfidy by the Israelis, because the Iranians believed that they were still in negotiations. After the last round of negotiations just last week, negotiations were supposed to continue, and they had plans to meet again. And so again, Iran trusting its enemy to be honorable, which we know from 2.5 years of war with Israel is not the case. This is a poster you're looking at here that was put out by the PFLP's Abu Ali Mustafa brigades. That's
the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, chat.
Martyr on the road to Al-Quds and Palestine. And also the Qassam Brigade spoke about the martyred leader, and this is what they said. The martyred leader, Ali Khamenei, represented the primary supporter of the axis of resistance, Palestine and its fighters. Indeed, all the Islamic Republic has provided for decades in terms of support and backing for our people and our resistance, at the heart of which are the Al-Qassam Brigades, was by his direct decision and under his full patronage. This great support and backing for the path of resistance constituted an essential and important factor that contributed to the development of the resistance and its tactics, leading to the great creativity it displayed in Al-Aqsa flood and the legendary steadfastness for 2 full years in the face of the most powerful forces of injustice in the region. So saluted by all of the Palestinian resistance factions. Of course, people who watch this show know that would be an option.
And this is why, chat, whenever you see a liberal saying something like, you can't support Ali Khamenei, you're evil, you say to them, well, you've just called every single Palestinian resistance group evil. You know.
This thing that would happen from all of the factions, from the leftists all the way across the political spectrum of the resistance groups. We can see next here a promo that
you could certainly critically support, and that's fine. I'm certain that if Palestinian resistance groups weren't under the pressure they were under and didn't think that Iran was under the pressure it was under, would sit there and go, maybe there's some ways that their government can be improved, right? Maybe there's some ways that the people of Iran can have a better life. But, you know, it's so important to decolonize your brain in that way, chat. Like, you know, what are you thinking? Are you thinking the thing that you think because that's what liberal media wants you to think? Or are you thinking the thing that you think because it's the way that most people would think that if they were under direct threat from the empire, you know? Like, what is it? Why are people thinking these things? Why are people saying these things?
Put out by Khamenei's Office of Preservation and Publication for the works of Ali Khamenei. And they put out this missile and drone launch that you can see. And he says here, we are not the initiators of war. However, anyone who shows their greed and seeks to attack or cause harm will face a decisive blow from the Iranian nation. And here we're seeing buried missile silos, racks of Shahid drones, and then attacks here on the various installations of the Americans in the region. I will go through these operations.
They do look like Lego trucks.
But we're seeing them now. Hits in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan.
Right, if Iran is evil because women's rights, why is America trying to copy them? Yeah.
Of the Supreme National Security Council, the top security figure right now in Iran, said, as in the past 300 years, Iran did not start this war, and our brave armed forces are not engaged in any attack except for defense. We will fiercely defend ourselves and our 6,000-year-old civilization, regardless of the costs, and we will make the enemy regret their miscalculations. Iran, unlike the United States, is prepared for a long war. Also, just to note, Ali Khamenei had a fatwa against nuclear weapons for many, many years, decades even, and him saying that was in the preamble of the JCPOA. So again, putting lie to the American propaganda, as always, but we just cover it here. So we'll go to number 10 here. We'll show a map of the missile range here.
No, I think that Chilovina is just doing a hypothetical, rhetorical conversation that you could have with a chud.
From their short range.
Like, arguably, you could say, you know, there are various different comparisons that you could make to the USA and Iran in terms of, like, women's safety, particularly. Like, people in the West may say, oh, well, women in Iran weren't allowed to wear hijab for a long time. Or, you know, women in Iran were not allowed to, like, talk to other men for a long time and not allowed to do this and probably this, that, and the other. And it's just like, yeah, but in the USA, women are killed all the time by their partners, and in the USA, women can't get an abortion, and in the USA, women die in the healthcare system more than men. You know, like, you can marry a child in the USA if you want. In certain states, you can just marry a child. You know, and like, yeah, the age of consent in Iran is like 15 or something. And it's like, yeah, that's an unfortunate reality. But again, you know, the conversation that you should have with people, right, is if you wanted Iranian people to make progress, right? If you want Iranian women to have more progress, or like just Iranian people in general to have more progress, don't sanction them, don't threaten them all the time. You know, all these things exist because the USA has been threatening them forever, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's 16. The age of consent is 16 in the UK as well, yeah. Iran has more educated women than America. They don't seem to want to be liberated by known sex traffickers. I mean, that's the main thing, right?
Missiles all the way to their more...
Yeah, I didn't see any Ayatollah names
in and advanced missiles down at the bottom, which according
in the
to
Epstein
RGC,
files
have not been used yet. They said they have been saving them and using old stock, but you can see with the concentric rings going out from 300 kilometers out to 2,000 kilometers that they have missiles for every purpose in this war, for each distance, for each outcome. So a significant missile force that has been built up over more than a generation and is being put into use today. The next map is another one showing their missiles again with a map that you can see the distance, all of it well within range. And they're also within range of drones, which they have been using significantly. And we saw that in the previous 3 Iranian exchanges of fire. True Promise 1, 2, and 3. And this is True Promise 4 that we are in right now. If you look at the next slide, you can see some launches from underground missile bases. And again, this is the key, because the Israelis and the Americans have been showing us lots of footage of launchers being knocked out because lots of them are truck launches.
Yeah.
They're easier to track once they have been launched. But when you see these kind of underground facilities, these are very difficult for Israel to get. They don't know where they are, unlike the nuclear facilities where they knew where they were. And had previous interactions with the United Nations inspectors and whatnot. These missile bases are not known to the Israelis. There's the Shahed drones. There's their longer range liquid fuel missiles.
Yeah, also their tunnels. Yeah,
a bunch of launches of.
Well, on Rawi's stream the other day, he was I can't remember which day it was, but he was translating some Hebrew news report where he was saying shit like, on the news report, they were saying shit like Hezbollah and Iran are coordinating these strikes. And Rawi was laughing because he was like, what are they doing? Are they calling each other? Like, how are they doing it? Like, what do you mean? Do they have like a fiber optic cable that runs underground? right? But then he sort of paused a little bit, and he was like, "Well, maybe they do. Maybe it's been so long since Hezbollah and Iran have had a connection that they could have drilled a big tunnel underground under Syria and just put like a fiber optic cable under it. They could have done that, you know." But that's the thing. Again, it's like when you are operating in this fashion that protects your greatest assets by hiding a lot of them underground. Like we all saw how effective Al-Qassam brigades were during the 2-year genocide. Like the genocide in Gaza, which completely flattened Gaza. Like so many fucking bombs were dropped on it. Like, you know, fucking vacuum bombs and shit. Speaking of bombs. Okay, got one here. So this is on the border with Lebanon. So this is going to be Hezbollah. Absolutely. I'm about to crash. Good night, Fraser. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Yeah. So this is just one alert in one place is very, very likely to be Hezbollah, close to the border with Lebanon. I will have a blue fella. Thanks. Yeah, we saw how effective the Al-Qassam brigades were. We saw how effective the Al-Qassam brigades were during that entire time, despite so many bombs being dropped on Gaza. You know, they are able to protect themselves by the tunnels. They're able to move around Gaza through the tunnels. They were able to do operations from the tunnels, etc., etc. Fan143, account created today, says, "Can I ask something about Binder?" What the fuck are you talking about?
The fuel missiles.
What are you on about? Albite?
Missiles are a lot better because...
What are you talking about, Binder?
You don't have to load the fuel. You don't have to have workers out there exposed while you're loading. And so the solid fuel advanced missiles, which is what we will be seeing in the coming days and weeks, are preferable on the battle space. And these are all being, these are missiles that cost maybe, high hundreds of thousands, early millions, early 1 million.
As Nasrallah said about October the 7th, this operation lifted the lid and uncovered many of the facts, exposed the frailty, weakness, and total fragility of Israel. More frail than a spider's web. I have read some reports on the Israeli media that Israelis themselves have come now to believe, more than even myself, the Israelis have come to believe that Israel is more frail than a spider's web. This fact was established and cemented by Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. Yeah, absolutely.
To make, and the interceptors that are knocking them down, that are not...
Okay, so that's more in the north of Israel, so this is likely Hezbollah.
$3 million to $27 million range.
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
So
probably a drone.
In the outlay of costs in this war, which will also, over time, be a damning factor.
And you got to remember, it's past midnight in occupied Palestine at this point.
We won't get into
probably 1 in the morning
on this show right now, because the first week of the war, we don't need to worry too much about missile stockpiles and interceptor stockpiles. But I've talked about it on this show a number of times when we were covering Yemen, that the missile math is not. It's very finite. The interceptors are expensive. The military buildup for this war was very fast. It wasn't planned, so they didn't have chance to, increase domestic production, which is something that almost can't really happen in the U.S. the way the economy is shaped.
Yeah, what we were saying, chat, the mode of production, capitalism, they are just not able to increase production in that way. More in the same area, hostile aircraft. So there's a drone that is like drifting around over here. It's traveling. Moving over here near the border with Lebanon. And another. Let me just turn down this page. It's a bit loud. Yeah.
particularly the military-industrial complex is shaped. So these things will all be significant as the days go on. Iranians, 500 ballistic missiles, 2,000 drones, and IRGC said 40% have been aimed at Israel and 60% at U.S. bases and consulates throughout the region. We will go to 13 now. I think, yes. Okay, so here's some strikes on Israel. Again, there's massive censorship in Israel. We're watching.
So this was the first day, February 28th.
We've seen footage come from before. Obviously, one of the producers is sneaking this footage out, but we have seen off this.
What is this? One of the producers is sneaking the footage out.
Producers is sneaking this footage out, but we have seen off this balcony a number of shots. And for people listening, we're watching the streaks in the sky and the massive blast hitting Tel Aviv. And of course, they tell you in Tel Aviv that these aren't landing and that they have 100% interception rates. In fact, the next video that is going to come in this series.
How long before the US has armed factories full of literal slaves building wonder weapons? Yeah, I think that this is the problem, like, with capitalism, is that in order for the imperialism of the past to be a thing, where in fact you're not just, bullying weaker nations, you're actually having confrontations with nations that are as big as yours or bigger than other nations that you bullied in the past. You need to rely on things like slave labor. The US makes its munitions with only the highest quality prison labor. Do they actually use prison labor for munitions already? You say, there you go, it's already fucked. What does the blue change mean? I think it just means that you don't need to worry, it's passed over this area. Right? I think that's what that means. So it's like, this drone will have come from somewhere in Lebanon by Hezbollah, and it's flown over here, and it looks like it's here, or it's like circling around here. They thought it was going to go to Yahoo Jat, but it's like, you see that this is bluing out, this is bluing out. So it's making its way. They think it's making its way over here. So where would that be heading to? Could be heading to this area here, Nahariya or Accra. Weaving around, yeah. Yeah, so they're not, it looks like they're not sure where it's going, which is funny because, again, chat, like, this is the damage that the IRGC has clearly done to the radars in so-called Israel. Like, they don't know where the fuck this thing is going. They're like, oh, it could be going here, it could be going here, it could be going here. And this is all last minute stuff, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you can hear it, it's every 2 minutes, Every 2 fucking minutes. Also high 16-bit Mango. But I could be wrong about that. Rawi knows loads more about this, and that's why you should check out his stream when he's next live. Wait. It'd help if I did the shout-out command. Because he covers this stuff way better than I can. This particular part of it anyway,
Dome gets all the rockets and gets all the missiles, and then this one comes right while they're talking. I cut their talking out for the same reason Ali cut Netanyahu, because you don't need to hear it, but they don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about the wrong air defense systems, but as they were bragging about how good they were, a missile came right down and smacked, and then they had to talk about that missile and try and figure out what was going on. And you can see the on the ground, the censorship in Israel has been remarkable. At the threat of jail time will do it, I guess, for people. Also, there's a nationalistic element in it that they don't want to be. I assume that there's a nationalistic element of not wanting to be shown to be humiliated in front of the world. But for whatever it is, the number of videos coming out from Israel compared to the 12-day war, which itself was shrouded in censorship, is even less this time around. This next slide is going to have audio in it.
And chat, you got to remember, all of this footage is from... All of this footage is from the first few days of this war, right?
So that's from on the ground in Israel. These are all targeting of Israel. At the beginning, what you heard was cheering from children in Gaza. And you can note that throughout this report that each of the countries...
those clusters are to confuse radars, and then they do one precise hit in the middle.
...are cheering those missiles. We'll see that again.
I don't know if that's entirely true. You mean like a chaff and flare thing?
Audio in the next slide as well. We also have a siren, so be aware that there's going to be a siren, but this is the sound of what the war sounds like in Beersheba in southern Israel.
Yeah, we saw this footage on stream last week. It's a Merv with one warhead and decoys.
Yo.
Yep. That's that same hit.
So this was from Monday. It was the 11th wave of Operation True Promise. The IRGC is releasing their field reports in waves that they talk about. And this wave included Beersheba, where there's an IDF industrial communications complex in the city. And that barrage, wave 11, targeted 20 sites across Israel. So spreading out the attacks, keeping the entire country moving to shelters. These are strategies rather than using advanced missiles. They've been saying they're using their old stock up and keeping people on the run throughout Israel from the north to the south. And that is clearly...
Okay, makes total sense. If that drone is heading to Accra or Nahariya, all of these are blued out now. It's going over this area where there's like no buildings. And so in a minute, we could hear that it's reached. We could hear some of these areas being alerted.
Part of the strategy of this. We have again audio in this next slide, but we are going to now go to Bahrain. So this is the targeting of the 5th Fleet, the U.S. Naval Command in Manama, Bahrain, number 16.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay.
Bro, that's crazy.
What the fuck?
And the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, chat, you have to remember, that's where the entire US Navy in the region is coordinated from. That's why they targeted the 5th Fleet so much in Bahrain. Damn, all those Bahrains
So as you can see,
cheering.
The Bahrainis don't seem to have much problem with the U.S. bases being targeted. Of course, in each of these countries, there's movements to get rid of these bases that are stamped out by the royal families that run these countries as their own personal fiefdoms. So that is Bahrain.
Martyred IRGC Aerospace Commander Hajizadeh, who still marches in the ranks above, said, "This missile, Karam Shah 4, when launched, is only a single missile which targets 80 spots with 80 submunitions. If we launch 100 of these missiles, we can impact 8,000 hits. I have video, but it's probably terms of service." Wait, what? Video of a missile hitting?
This is a critical site for the Americans.
Shove it in the chat.
Overseeing the entire region between the 5th Fleet and Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar forms the real core.
Yeah, this is from 4 days ago,
in the region. We got audio in the next one again. This is again the 5th Fleet.
مسيرة اضرب 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 اضرب.
Yeah, they just totally took out the protective shield on that radar. So like when you see those like dome things that are getting targeted, those dome things are basically like protector shields for radar. And yeah, if it's taking out the shield, it's probably going to damage some of the radar's capabilities anyway. But this essentially just leaves the radar open to be hit again, right?
اضرب اضرب عدل.
So the same things you hear in Gaza, in Bahrain as well. And this next one also has audio in. This is the targeting of hotels. And let me just say before we show this, that this is the targeting of hotels.
Ted Postel, fraud of missile defense exposed in Iran war.
And if that happens, Iran will respond. Whether or not they now have nuclear weapons,
what are we looking at?
Take them a few weeks, but they'll have the nuclear weapon and they will respond. That's what we can have.
You've not dropped this at like a specific timestamp for a reason. You just did that by mistake. Oh, what happened? Did I just close that down? Fuck's sake.
A nuclear weapon against Iran. And if that happens, Iran will respond. Whether
I just did that. Okay.
Of U.S. troops, the IRGC said, the flight of cowardly U.S. soldiers from regional bases, they're taking refuge in hotels in host countries, and their criminal army's use of civilian facilities in the Persian Gulf countries as cover do not escape the intelligence monitoring of the IRGC. So we'll take a look at 18.
Here it is, chat. 9/11/2 Electric Boogaloo. Now that's the crazy thing about this shit, right? That's the crazy thing about this shit is that this guy is clearly not dead after this hits. I don't know what happened to him after that. But you can see his building is still kind of intact. You know, these are the precision strikes that Israel could take out if it wanted to when it is targeting senior members of Hamas, right? Which it has done anyway, right? It looks more real than 9/11. Hi, Lily from Laval. 9/11 was real. It was real. What you're seeing, the reason, okay, I don't know how serious you're being about that, but the reason that, like, if you do think this looks more real than 9/11, that's because this is a fucking drone with explosives in it. And 9/11 was like a plane, you know? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, this guy is still in his fucking hotel room, so you can tell it's a precision strike. Also, it's a HD camera. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Brain Eatings, how you doing?
Actually hear that on the first one I showed you 3 back when they were in the car. That's American soldiers in the car. In many cases, these videos are coming from American soldiers while they're in their hotels, and that's why you're hearing people speaking English like that, and in that car while they're being shocked. So that was 18. We have a lot of media today, so thanks, Tamara, for working through this all with me. So this is the burning of those facilities after. Again, they've been targeted numerous times, but this is what you see when you drive by on the highway of the Fifth Fleet. And there's times where people wouldn't have thought this was possible to see this. These bases have been built, particularly
perfect American British English.
They started in the Gulf War, in the first Gulf War in the 1990s, but of course the post 9/11 war on terror expanded.
Enjoy your look
considerably, and they were not popular locally. So that's 19. And just to give you a sense of how the IRGC writes up their field reports, like we've described the Qassam Brigade's doing. So this is how the IRGC does it. They say the 18th wave of Operation True Promise 4 has begun. We remind the arrogant enemy the movements of American soldiers in Qatar and Bahrain and their use of non-military facilities in Persian Gulf countries are not hidden from us. No amount of air defense systems will help you. So that's how that was announced before those drones were launched. So it's almost like an early warning, but effectively telling exactly what is being hit. And I think we'll see that in these next few, is this 20? Okay, this is the continued burning. So those two, 19 and 20, go together with these burnings of these facilities that we're seeing, that the that the U.S. is saying they're intercepting, or Bahrain is saying they're intercepting all of these, and they're just clearly
kind of main character energy.
You'll see with the next slide. Satellite imagery. You can see the base. We're seeing the base there, and then before and after of the base, clearly showing a headquarters that was hit in this base. 2 satellite communications terminals were destroyed. Several large buildings at the base were also destroyed and extensively damaged, the New York Times said. This is New York Times satellite analysis, and you can clearly see the damage. So these are pinpoint strikes.
The radars and bases in America are losing, not worth billions. They're priceless. Yeah.
You could make them pinpoint. That's
America cannot get the rare earths, nor can they manufacture anything anymore. They'll never replace this hardware. The assets are lost. Iran is decolonizing the region. It does feel like that, yeah. It genuinely does feel like that is happening, yeah.
That's what they do. They hit right where they're supposed to go, GPS tracked, or...
Like, America's reputation is irreversibly damaged, if it wasn't massively already a bad reputation in general anyway, in terms of providing safety and reassurance to its vassal states in the region. You know, all the Gulf states have experienced. Like, I genuinely don't think it's quite settled in to my brain just how much that is true, because I don't think any of us are really like prescient, like, well, not prescient, are really sort of like as conscious as you know, as we should be about that particular fact of what Iran is doing at the moment and what Iran is proving at the moment. There are definitely people who are like mad at Iran, and there are definitely people who are mad at America, and there are definitely people who are mad at Iran and America, right? But I think broadly, everyone will see this wouldn't have happened if we didn't have US military bases in our country, right? You know? No Gulf state is going to buy the US president another golden private jet now that they know how the US treats the Gulf when things get rough. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's been irreversibly damaged. It's not settled in. It's not properly, like, you know, set in for me that is what's happened. Because we were talking about it so much before the actual retaliation started, but I think it just became like a bit of a fantasy to me. It was like, well, yeah, Iran will attack all the US bases in all the Gulf regions. They'll attack certain oil fields in order to affect the the flow of oil and shit like that. But I think, like, for a lot of us, it was like at this point, it's like, yeah, they've done all the things that we said that they were going to do, and they, you know, but it just doesn't feel real. You know, it just kind of doesn't feel fucking real.
To get them exactly on their topic, or Russian, in a lot of cases, Russian GPS is being used. So you can see the destruction there. And the next one, you can see Al Udeid Air Base. Again, satellite communications. These are the 2 key bases to repeat. And so when you're knocking out the satellite communications at these bases, you're knocking down the capacity for the network connectivity that the entire American...
yeah, I think those in power might still be in denial, but the people are literally celebrating strikes by Iran on their own countries. It's just not tenable. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Thing with it is that you're taking in the events rather thinking through what comes next. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like, It's just absolutely fascinating that they've done absolutely everything that they said they were going to do, and that's that. Like they blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. That happened. We said that was going to happen. They've done that. They've hit all the bases in the region. We said that was going to happen. It happened. They've attacked Israel, various different places in Israel, much harder than they did during the 12-day war. That we said that was going to happen. It's already happened. And again, chat, you got to remember that like the 12-day, if we're thinking about the longevity of the last exchange between Israel and Iran, particularly, so Israel and Iran, we are coming up to it's day 9 today, right? So in 3 days, it has the potential to go longer than the 12-day war with Israel last year. And of course, Israel now has the USA on its side, but is Trump now gonna, I mean, like, you know, will what he have said satiated the markets? Will it have an effect? What he said at the press conference today? I doubt it, because he's just kind of saying the same things that he's been saying the last week. And if that's the case, will he decide to just declare victory? Because I think that it's at that point. It's at the point where he needs to say, we've won, we did it, we completely destroyed Iran, we're pulling our troops out of the region. Baby, you're on your own. Right? He's either going to do that, or he's either going to do a ground invasion. And if he does a ground invasion, that's also going to go very badly. Like the markets, if what he cares about are the markets, the markets are going to have a very bad time, you know?
Missile defense program and defense in general runs on. So clearly the first targets of this war were those satellite and terminal and
imagine Trump saying, baby, that's it. It's over, honey. I've seen the light of Islam. They're saying it's an intifada across the world. Shaking off. That's what it means, folks. They said it was a scary word. They just said it was scary because it's Arabic. It's Arabic, that's all. It's just a different language. In our language, it means rising up. We're rising up against Israel, folks.
And communication terminals.
Many people are saying this. Free Palestine.
Saw that with the early days of the Hezbollah joining the war. After
it's going to be great for business.
Knocking out Israel's network connectivity. These are very standard and important.
Hey, Sauron's left eyebrow.
War attacks. And just to give you a sense, the UAE says that they have endured more than 800 drones and 186 ballistic missiles. So more than 1,000 targeting just the UAE itself, and it has a major U.S. air base there too, Al Fahra Air Base. In Qatar, they say 100 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, 24 drones. Kuwait was 180 ballistic missiles, 400 drones, 100 missiles in Bahrain, and 76 drones, and dozens in Saudi Arabia, which we will see in these next 2 slides. This is the Prince Sultan Saudi Air Base. That's another Al Udeid. And yeah, here's the Prince Sultan. So this is Al Udeid. We'll go to the next one. That shows more destruction of those satellite terminals. This is the Prince Sultan base that you can see again, structural damage. Large plumes of smoke coming up from them. So direct hits on these bases. 26, we're going to take a look at Jordan now. This is the key U.S. expeditionary base, Muwafaq al-Salti.
I don't think I've seen this from Jordan.
Direct ballistic missile hit on that air base. And again, people watching that closely. The next one shows you a problem that we've seen a number of times, but you can see over to the right there, that's a misfiring interceptor that's just being fired into the...
You could get Telegram in the West, by any means necessary.
Because the drones are mostly shot out of the sky using fighter jets and helicopters, so they blast them out of the sky and the pieces fall all over Jordan. And that's part of the deal, I guess, with the king. And again, at this airbase, it's key because this is a concentration of US forces on top of the Expeditionary Air Wing that's already based at that base in Jordan. I showed you the map, the satellite imagery of that base in Jordan in last week's show, and there wasn't enough room for any more airplanes. It was all bristling with fighter jets. So when these it's one thing to concentrate your defenses, but when your defenses are concentrated and something gets through, it's going to be a big mess. So they are expending extraordinary amounts of interceptors to try to prevent that from happening. This next one, 28, this is going to have audio in as well. This is a strike on a U.S. base in Kuwait, and you can hear the U.S. soldiers commenting on the strike here in this one.
That's my fucking truck.
So I think it's a joke because he's looking at a bunch of MRAPs there, but the soldier says, "That's my truck." And these, there has been 6 U.S. soldiers killed on these bases in these attacks. These are the only casualties that the Americans have admitted to. DropSite has done some reporting that that they believe the number is being suppressed significantly. But we will have to see in the coming days when the honesty of casualties comes out, because we're particularly not hearing.
Does anyone have a link chat about the German hospitals? I'm going to take a look at that now. German hospitals being used to treat American soldiers.
About wounded soldiers. And also just to say, those drone strikes that were hitting the city, that were hitting those hotels, those are not killing locals. The number of locals killed.
So, like, the sources that come up when I see this is one from Thursday last week, which is largest U.S. military hospital abroad halts labor, delivery services amid the Iran war. The largest U.S. Department of Defense. This is Military Times. I don't really know who runs that. The largest U.S. Department of Defense hospital abroad has paused its labor and delivery service until further notice, focused on these conflicts across the Middle East. The Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, located near Ramstein Air Base in Germany, is temporarily referring some labor and delivery patients to other hospitals within the local community. Interesting. The medical center sent a notice about the halt in those services to Landstuhl patients through a Tuesday memorandum that circulated on the unofficial Air Force AMN Facebook page. Our staff are in direct contact with the impacted patients to provide additional information and facilitate smooth transition to our healthcare partners, center officials told Military Times in a statement. The memo states, America Chud magazine, thank you, by any means necessary. The memo states the closure of labor and delivery is due to the hospital's primary objective. Although the memo doesn't elaborate on what the objective is, the hospital's primary role is in critical combat care is to treat patients that are injured during training or combat operations throughout Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, according to the hospital's website. Others have been listed as seriously wounded. Okay, 18 troops were wounded, a large increase. CENTCOM said 18 troops were wounded, a large increase from the 5 reported over the weekend. Officials did not detail the extent of the injuries. Okay. What outlet is this? K-Town Now? What the? Oh, Stars and Stripes. Stars and Stripes? There's a Stars and Stripes magazine. Blood donations needed as drives return to KMC next week. The Armed Services Blood Program is asking the Kaiserslautern military community to step up and donate ahead of possible increased demand. Blood drives will be held across the KMC starting next week, offering several chances to make a life-saving donation. Anyone with base access, including US and NATO service members, civilian and local national employees, retirees and families aged 18 and older. Donations can be made at the Sembach Fitness Center on Monday from 9:30 to 3 p.m. The Kleber Fitness Center. Okay, I don't think that doesn't really tell us much. But the other one that I got is This is Military Watch magazine. So this is not Military Times, but it's Military Watch. This is from yesterday. The Landstuhl Regional Medical Center next to the largest Air Force facility in Europe paused its labor and delivery service. This is the same report, I think. Iranian officials claim that 500 US personnel have been killed as early as March the 4th, 4 days after US and Israeli attacks led Iranian forces to strike adversary targets across the Middle East. US sources have not disclosed a high number of casualties. Iranian-aligned Iraqi paramilitary groups have also claimed causing over 100 US casualties by striking major hotels and other facilities hosting them. It is notable that prior very limited Iranian strike on a single US military facility in Iraq on January 8th, 2020, for which the US had been given significant prior warning, first saw very limited casualties reported before the Pentagon estimate slowly rose from under 30 to over 60, and finally in mid-February that year to 109 personnel. So, yeah, you know, this is what I mean. And chat, you know, this is the thing. That was under Trump. January the 8th, 2020, that was Trump still. Ramstein Air Base is in Kaiserslautern. It's the super Americanized. It's super Americanized because the base. My cousins live there. Gotcha. How long does it normally take for the numbers to come out for that sort of thing? Well, if we look at this, January the 8th, so it took a month for the numbers to actually come out. Dover Air Force Base contractors were advertised, then deleted a job to go through dead people's things. You don't need to hire staff for 6 people, but you do need them for hundreds or even thousands of dead killers. This is a source. The source is the Cradle. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when the Cradle reports on this stuff, it's a bit more, you know, it's a bit more believable. Because the Cradle just has a bit more legitimacy. Deleted job listing raises questions about hidden US military deaths over a US-Israeli war in Iran. And now deleted Indeed listing, Dover Air Force Base in Delaware was advertising part-time role for personal effects specialist, tasked with handling, inventorying, and shipping the belongings of US military casualties. The notice specifically mentioned processing the personal effects of service members or killed or severely injured overseas. The listing's sudden removal raises questions about why such a posting would go unacknowledged publicly. The job listing points to a potential surge in military deaths tied to US attacks in the escalating US-Israeli war in Iran, while official channels provide only limited figures. The need for additional staff to manage personal effects suggests a higher casualty count than is what is being reported. Let's have a look at this. $15 an hour. Damn. Only fucking minimum wage, eh? Joint Technology Solution, a veteran-owned government contracting company, is currently hiring. So, government contracting company hiring staff to process personal effects at Dover Air Force Base. Part-time on-call personal effects specialist, support, receive, safeguard, inventory, store, process, final disposition of personal effects of military and civilian casualties from overseas. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. They call Kaiserslautern K-Town, so I think the Stars and Stripes is like a local blog. Yeah, it looks like it. That's crazy. Okay.
In each of these countries is in the single digits throughout this war, and we're not clear who they are, if they're on the
I would have been fired for taking a picture of myself soy-facing over a Marine.
At this point. We will keep track of that, of course. And the next slide, you could see the significant damage at the Ali al-Salam base in Kuwait. You could see, again, satellite dishes, radar domes, all the specific targets.
What's your job? Yeah, I go through the pockets of dead U.S. soldiers.
Precision drones that are about, I mean, they're basically the price of your car. They go the speed of your car. They're roughly the size of your car. That's a good way to understand them. But they're very accurate with their strikes. And so they're using the drones to flood the air defenses, waste air defenses, but also to get in and knock out these critical nodes of the air defense system. And then 30, I think we can see the embassy here in Kuwait on fire. The embassies have all been evacuated, but also the CIA bases attached to the embassies have also been evacuated because they were hit in Riyadh the other day, and the CIA announced that everybody was to evacuate. Now, for this next one, we're going to have audio in here because this is the shooting down of 3 U.S. F-15s that were downed by apparently Kuwaiti-friendly fire. All three of them. Right,
they're trying to confuse radars then with clusters.
And we're going to watch each one.
Well, I think it's. As soon as you say it, okay. Another alert near the border with Lebanon here. Confrontation line. So that means Hezbollah are now fighting. I think. Confrontation line. I think this is like there is fighting going on between the IOF and Hezbollah here. And, as you can see, chat, that is inside the borders of Israel.
These are
Yeah, I think it's becoming more and more evident that the radars have been taken out quite effectively. So I don't think that they need to confuse them anymore. I think that the reason that we're not seeing things coming out of Israel, so-called Israel, is because I think there's a lot more damage done than we're being made aware of. Like, if you just look, like, you can extrapolate what we know. Like, what we know to be true based on what we don't know. We can extrapolate that, like, okay, we know that the IRGC is still firing missiles because they still keep coming up on this radar thing, right? If you're in Rawi stream, you'll see it every fucking day. The missile alert keeps coming up. It comes up in the north when Hezbollah are shooting missiles at fucking so-called Israel, and it comes up, more central towards Tel Aviv and Beersheba and the Negev when it's Iran firing missiles. So it's constantly under attack. So we know that they're still firing missiles. And even in the resistance report, when John Elmer first showed the first missiles landing, on the first day, it's like they were getting stuff through the so-called Iron Dome, the Iron Sieve, on the first day, in various different places. Multiple confirmed hits, multiple effective hits. It's the same story as the 12-day war last year. They were saying nothing's happening, nothing got hit, nothing happened, it's all good. But evidence was coming out, and eventually did come out, massively to the contrary. Trey Yinks literally filmed Mossad HQ hit by a fucking an Iranian missile, and was told off by the IOF for filming it. And we can extrapolate that, like, after the censorship in so-called Israel, they are just doing, I think they're doing pretty decent fucking damage, to be honest. And again, even Israel itself was saying in that Middle East Monitor report that we saw earlier that a two-front war is just too much for Israel to try and fight, right? Even though the US is supporting them with the attack on Iran, it's too much. Like, they're getting bombed by Iran, they're getting bombed by Hezbollah. If Ansar Allah join in, if Al-Qassam join in, if any kind of other resistance fighters in the West Bank, like the Jenin brigades, join in, it's fucking over, to be honest. It's probably fucking over. So I don't think there needs to be any confusing. I don't think that any confusing needs to happen anymore. I saw in Al Jazeera the IRGC said they'll not be sending missiles less than 1,000 kilograms from now on. Yeah, they got rid of all the old stuff. That's what that is. They got rid of all the old stuff. It's yeah, they are decolonizing the fucking area.
F-15E Strike Eagles falling from the sky.
You can hear the tutting.
You could see the ejection of the pilots there. According to CENTCOM, all 6 pilots survived. When they reached the ground, they were treated, all were treated well by the population when they landed. You could see the ejection.
That's not true, because we watched a video where they were getting beaten up the other day. Do you remember?
From that one as well. So three more lost fighter jets. We know they lost 3 during the Yemen battles as well. And
striking against these defended targets is more akin to we only have to get lucky once than confusing radars. Even at full capacity, interception systems are only so effective. Waste limited, expensive, slow to produce resources. Use cluster munitions to increase the damage and munitions that get through. This is just how asymmetric war looks: cheap versus expensive. Yeah.
Key to this is not just that it's
that's a pretty solid analysis, Willow. Yep.
The key is that it's during active combat. It's when missile drone combo attacks are happening, layered attacks are happening, incoming, that creates the confusion, that creates the friendly fire, or in the case of Yemen, where the aircraft carrier had to do a sharp turn and therefore lost the plane overboard.
I'll never forget it, chat. The aircraft carrier had to do a sharp turn because they got scared by the Houthis and lost the plane overboard. You love to hear it.
It's not just happening in a vacuum. It's happening in the moment of a complex strike that's happening directly on these forces. So they are friendly fire, but they're very much a forced error, if we can use a tennis term there.
It's just what aircraft carriers do when they're nervous.
Also reporting today, I won't get into that, but there may have been a fourth American fighter jet shot down in Iran. There's early reporting about that. We'll have to wait to confirm all of that. And all of this stuff takes a lot to confirm because, as I'm sure people watching know, there has been a lot of misinformation, disinformation.
Oh, hell yeah.
Purposeful misguidance of what's going on as part of the propaganda campaign happening here. Let's take a look at Dubai now. 32. This is IRGC. I think we have audio in this one as well.
USS IBS won't go near Yemen. Well, wait, hasn't the fucking you're saying the USS IBS, the USS Gerald Ford, you mean? You're making the joke IBS because the toilets are backed up, right? Like, that's what you mean. You mean the Gerald Ford. They're not sending the Gerald. Did that not go through the Red Sea the other day? I thought it was going through the Red Sea the other day.
So that was the U.S. embassy as a consulate in Dubai.
The poop ship, yeah, the Gerald Ford, yeah.
Not an embassy.
It went around Yemen the other day. I think that they just know that Ansar Allah are not going to get involved just yet. I think that they just know that Ansar Allah are just like chilling for the time being. You know? No, it was. I'm fairly certain it was the Gerald Ford that was backed up. I'm pretty sure it was. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
An emptied one. And again, Ali talked about these countries as brands. These kind of attacks definitely take the shine off of that.
Yeah, it's the Ford, yeah.
Here coming up right now, we're watching a street level view of panicked people, and there's the burning consulate shown from people driving down the highway. And then the next slide, you can see that the
more fighting going on
Defense
in is this the occupied Golan Heights?
They have detected 186 ballistic
That's the
missiles
Golan
launched
Heights,
towards
right?
them. They say they have intercepted 172
Yeah.
of them.
So
Not
there's
sure
fighting
how,
going on in between Hezbollah and the
not sure
IOF
how
here.
good these stats are, but they're putting them out, and it's interesting for at least what they are seeing coming at them. You're talking about 8 cruise missiles and 812 Shahed drones fired at them. So more than 1,000 projectiles fired at the UAE alone in this case. So significant focus on the UAE as.
And again, chat, the reason that they're focused so much on the UAE is because the UAE is what most people call Gulf State Israel. Israel 2, electric boogaloo. And what people mean when they say that is that it is just so completely compromised in terms of, doing business with Israel, giving special privileges to people with Israeli passports, all this kind of stuff. and of course, you know, it's built on slave labor as well. But generally speaking, you know, the UAE is just massively compromised in terms of, you know, being. It's why Dubai gets spoken about so much. You know, if you always wonder why, like, why do they talk about Dubai so much and not Riyadh? Why do they not talk about Jeddah? Why do they not talk about Medina? You know, in Saudi Arabia and shit like that. It's like these are states that have, you know, you could go there, you could go to these places if you're white, right? And enjoy it and maybe drink beer and shit. But the reason that they talk about the UAE and Dubai so much is because they are just like the most servile, the most pliant, the most compliant. You know, poor UAE learned the hard way. They don't have friends. They have OnlyFans. Okay, listen. There's more influencers there than OnlyFans creators. Yeah, it's actually more like I see the play on words that you've done, and that's why you've said OnlyFans, but the kind of influencers that they have there are like the evil ones, like the most evil ones, not just sex workers. They are like fucking Andrew Tate, you know.
Now let's take.
We saw all that Ian Miles Chong, who was just there to do sex tourism. You know,
the drones, the IRGC Aerospace Force has downed a number.
Hey, Emmy Kelly, won't someone think of Rio Ferdinand and David Beckham's property portfolios? Yeah,
them up. But we have footage like this footage clearly here of an Israeli Hermes 900. There's an Elbit drone, one less Elbit drone. Here comes another Elbit drone blasted out of the sky. And then there's a third one here that's an Israel Aerospace Industries Heron drone.
And again, chat, like, this is Israel. Like, we're seeing here Israel using drones purchased from Elbit Systems. And you remember last week I was covering how Northwest Friends of Israel were bragging about the increase in sales, the increase in investment value that Elbit Systems has over the last couple of days. And it's like, yeah, it's because Israel's buying loads of fucking weapons from him, you fucking idiot. Fucking, wow, look at me. Ever since I started sucking my own dick, my fucking jizz levels have increased by 45%. My jizzed amount quota has increased by 45% ever since I started jacking it. Like, that's just what they're saying. It's so down. It's so
that you can tell.
It's fucking
the difference between them.
Stupid as fuck.
The back wing that you'll see.
Pretty much every Canadian bank had invested in Elbit. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, they get so much fucking investment. It's completely insane. It's like these are weapons designed to murder babies. Like, what you want about?
Every day in Iran, we see footage of them on the ground. We've seen some of this footage from the missile cam. That's what you're seeing.
Yeah, Elbit Systems is the PAL action
the weapon that was used in Yemen.
What do you call it? The PAL action, the company that PAL action targeted.
The same, the 358 that the Yemenis were using to down a couple of dozen MQ-9 Reapers. So far, these are all Israeli drones that we've seen drop. Although the Iraqi resistance reported that they got an MQ-9 Reaper. If they did, I'm sure we will be seeing that in due time. The Iranians, and number 35 has two more drones coming out of the sky. You can see them dropping here. Again, it's a Hermes falling out of the sky, and then there's going to be another one on the ground. And we've seen more than a dozen for sure separate drops. The Iranian army is also doing air defense. They do an integrated air defense with the IRGC, and they put their number of drones down in the many dozens, something like 30 through these days, but difficult to verify because we don't have footage of all of them. The Ansar Allah movement always gave us footage to match their claims. So we'll see if this reporting crystallizes more in the coming weeks. But you can see it that drop down again over a city in southern Iran. And then this is the Hermes 900. This appears to have been taken down by electronic warfare because it is perfectly, more or less perfectly intact. And the IRGC said that that it was under the control of the fighters of the aerospace force of the IRGC. And there you can see its bomb loaded out, hadn't used them yet on this particular drone, but definitely not seeing this on news that I'm watching. So I thought I'd bring you this angle, as I always do.
Thanks, John.
And then this was an interesting story because the U.S. has actually cloned the Shahed drone and have their own. And they announced number 36 here. They announced their own. The launch, historic first. They said this was on day 2 that it says we're looking at a CENTCOM tweet press release. It says CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion Strike for the first time in history is using one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. These low-cost drones modeled after Iran's Shahed drones are now
I guess the Israelis didn't talk to the Ukrainians about modern drone warfare either. Well, they're doing this now. Apparently Ukraine are sending military personnel to the Middle East to fucking, tell them how to actually properly intercept Shahed drones. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's going to happen or anything like that, but, I guess we'll see. It's something that Zelensky himself has said is going to happen, so... yeah, I can't see why, he would lie about something like that. It doesn't seem smart. It doesn't seem smart to be like, oh, well, while we're trying to defend against Russia, we're just going to send some, really important military guys to the Middle East for the US and Israel. But sure, man, whatever you want, I guess.
American-made retribution. So again,
more fighting in this same area.
Blustery American
Kiryat Shimona confrontation line. So yeah, this is more fighting between the IOF and
let's take a look at the next clip.
Hezbollah, most likely. All right, Gabriel, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you.
Before the Iraqis were picking apart one of these Lucas drones, low cost.
Not gonna lie, a Ukraine-Israel partnership is a non-starter for me. It was already problematic. Wait, what do you mean? You know that Zelensky said he wanted to turn Ukraine into the Israel of Europe, right? Have you heard him say that? He was like, we will be the Israel of Europe.
Exactly like the Iranian drones, and are run on Starlink. You could see the Starlink satellite dangling off there. So that
which is crazy if you if you know about the de-Russification of Ukraine, right? Like the de-Russification of Ukraine, I didn't know about that, and I learned about it, and I was like, this is crazy, man. They did fucking ethnic fucking cleansing basically over the last fucking 15 years in Ukraine. It's mental. Breaking news: the FBI has uncovered an Al-Qaeda plot to sit back and watch the collapse of the U.S. empire. Yeah, I believe it. You think Ukrainians would empathize with Palestinians? I mean, I think Ukrainian civilians probably do. I think they probably see what he's saying and go, wait, what? There are various reports, actually, Emmy, of Ukrainian civilians saying, like, I cannot believe how much Zelensky is supporting Israel. So yeah, you're broadly correct. Ukrainians do empathize with Palestinians, but Zelensky and his government do not. National housing demonstration with 50 tenant unions happening in April. It seems like something you'd be interested in. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on it.
First turnaround from them boasting about retribution to
Ukraine has worked with neo-colonial forces in Africa just to spite Russia. That's crazy.
And having
I didn't know about that.
Trying to decide what to do, if it can fit in their pickup truck or not. Sort of like the footage we used to see in Yemen when the drones would down. So that's a remarkable little turnaround there for their copycat drones. And now Hezbollah joined the war. I think Hezbollah joined the war this week, but the war was going to join Hezbollah. So I think that they got out in front of it. There hasn't been a ceasefire. The ceasefire has been in many ways more fraudulent in Lebanon than it is in Gaza, even, which is hard to say because it's been brutal in Gaza. But in Lebanon, the number of violations is in the tens of thousands, and the number of Hezbollah commanders, operatives, soldiers killed is more than 500. There's daily strikes.
Coach has been plundered since the Euromaidan. Education must be pretty shit. Yeah.
Was not going to let Hezbollah be on the sidelines of this war. So Hezbollah joined the war 2 days ago, and immediately we get clips like this, number 38.
Is this going to be the one that we saw on stream? Yep, this is the one that we watched on stream.
We see a Merkava tank there in the distance, and again, this is at the top of the Galilee Panhandle, and that's a Cornet anti-tank guided missile that's going to be launched, and a direct hit you're going to see as it spools its way on target. This is a remarkable shot.
The thing that is worth mentioning here, most prominently, I think, is that the IOF just have no defensive capabilities for this kind of an attack, right? It's like they roll the tanks in, they're doing their blitzkrieg, Hezbollah are like, okay, it's anti-tank time, right? Now, I don't know about you, chat, right? But when I play Battle for Middle-earth 2, yeah, and I see the Warg Riders, you know, the orcs on the wargs, they're like the cavalry of Mordor, well, Isengard, if you want to be specific, coming towards me, I know that I need my spearmen there to protect my infantry and my archers. That's what I know. I need that in order to support them, right? But Israel doesn't know that. What they do is they just go, just send the tanks in, bro. Like, what do you mean? Just send the tanks in. No operational functionality to take into consideration the possibility, the risk factor of there being infantry anti-tank positions. Just know, and they know that this is the stupid thing. This is the stupid thing about all of it. All of it is that in Gaza, Al-Qassam were doing fucking backflips off tanks and chucking improvised IEDs into the open hatches of tanks, and they didn't learn anything from that. And they went, they really, it's, to me, it really only makes sense if the propaganda is so intense, even at the higher levels of military, that even high-level military officials believe that Hezbollah was completely destroyed by the pager attack and getting rid of Nasrallah. Telling them to learn is anti-Semitic. That's true. I forgot about that. You're right. But that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Even they've lied so much about Hezbollah to the broader populace in so-called Israel that now the higher military officials believe it. Yes, getting high off their own supply. I wonder if the tactical capabilities actually moved on from the colonial era with how tank brains work. Yeah, it's I don't, what the fuck? Yeah, what could go wrong? I'm in a tank. Yeah, Hezbollah has been doing multiple bits. And, this report is 2 days after Hezbollah joined the war. So,
Kilometer shot.
He's gonna show just a few of them, but this is that one. It blows up in a second, you see. I think that there's another armored vehicle here, but again, it's only two of them. What are they doing?
And again, this is an area that Hezbollah is not supposed to be, let alone they're clearly, the first shot was clearly by their anti-tank marksman, because that is a long distance shot and it hit perfectly. The Israelis have said that there has been several injuries inside tanks that have been hit by anti-tank guided missiles. So
several. Bro, they heard there's a guy in an armored car over here. And this guy radioed in to be like, yeah, we've just been hit by an anti-tank missile. Merkava 1 is down. Send the sperm extraction units. And the fucking military were just like, yeah, let's not worry about all the other ones. Let's not worry about all the other tanks. They'll be fine. This is just one guy. We just found one Hezbollah terrorist, right? And he happens to have an advanced anti-tank weapon. but it's probably fine because we killed Nasrallah and we did the pager attack. So Hezbollah's gone, right?
36 operations in the first 2 days, and they're on their
36 operations in the first 2 days.
Today, and of course the Islamic Hezbollah said in this on this post of this video, they said that of the field report, they said the Islamic resistance is committed to defending its land and people, especially as the Israeli enemy crosses boundaries within its crimes. Its response targeted military sites, unlike the enemy, which targets civilians. So Hezbollah saying we target military sites, and they have rocket and drone attacks on Israeli bases all across the front line, which now includes Syria because the Israelis are occupying Syria now as well. So they were targeted there by Hezbollah as well. And number 39, we're going to see the Iraqi resistance has been. This is an underground missile base. You can see Nasrallah, Qasem Soleimani.
See, this is why, right? This is why in that IDF AI underground bunker thing, it's why they had all the pictures of like Ali Khamenei with Yahya Sinwar and shit like that. It's because when they get footage, the actual footage of Shia resistance groups in underground bases, they often will have portraits of people that they, align with politically, ideologically, and religiously. But at the end of the day, the one where it's just like him meeting Sinwar, it's just so ridiculous. That was just literally for Israelis to look at. You know what I mean? It was just for Israelis to look at.
Iraqi resistance has been. This is an underground missile base. You can see Nasrallah, Qasem Soleimani.
Like in a real one, you would have way more.
Their missiles.
And yes, you would have Arabic writing on the walls and shit.
In their underground bunkers as well. And the Iraqi resistance joined immediately. They didn't need any prompting. They joined the war in the first minutes of the war.
Yeah, they did.
Hammering the American air base at Erbil in northern Iraq, as well as the two other American air bases, Ain al-Assad in western Iraq, and then they have a base.
This footage is absolutely mental.
So that's the Erbil airport that you're seeing, air base that you're seeing in flames there from the Iraqi resistance. And just one more, number 40. Of all of this, after all of this, the U.S. sent out this notice this week. This is from the State Department that says security updates for Americans in the Middle East. Depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. And it lists the countries: Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. So essentially, the Americans saying...
Reminds me of Fort Ibn Emil from World War II. Supposedly a super defensive fortress. Nazis land on the roof, took out defenses, and dropped smoke bombs through air ducts. Surrendered in less than 24 hours. History teachers back in school love to bring it back up. Yeah, it's like... there are military tactics that are able to, completely circumvent what people think are like, this is the most defensible structure of all time. Like when you think of like combat philosophers like Bruce fucking Lee, right? In that movie, I can't remember which one. I think it's Enter the Dragon. He's like, be like water, don't be like the bowl, right? The bowl is stiff, it's rigid. Water takes the shape of all of its surroundings. It could be a bowl, it could be a square, it could be free flowing on the floor. You have to be like water, you have to move around and shit like that. You have to be fluid, and that's true. You have to be fluid, and that's where the IRGC, and then on a smaller scale Hezbollah, and on a smaller scale than that Al-Qassam, and on an even smaller scale than that Jenin brigades. That's how they operate, right? The Maginot Line, that was again like, this is an extremely defensible position, and the Nazis just fucking blitzkrieg through it. Any system could be breached, yeah. It's a very common theme. You see the exact same things with the development of MRAPs, for example. There's no tactical solution. It's the nature of fighting an entire nation's people in their homeland and the nature of the military-industrial complex. The only fix is simply build a bigger vehicle with all the obvious problems that creates. Right, yeah.
We're too busy protecting Israel right now to worry about our people in the region. We didn't. We sprung the war on them so fast that they didn't have reasonable chance to get their families out of the region, and they say to them, depart now, and you're on your own. Although I did hear yesterday on the news that instead of just hanging up on people calling the embassies, that there's now a recorded message. So just real kind of a last thing to just say that the focus is never seems to be for the America Firsters on the Americans. That was all a big fraud.
Israel first, baby.
The resistance report for day 6 of the war in Iran.
All right. There you go, chat. Well, hey, listen, we hit the sub goal today. That's fucking banging. And we got a bunch of donos, and I'm so happy. Thank you so much for all the support, chat. I appreciate you. Guess what, though? Because of the Trump speech, we didn't get to some of the stuff that I wanted to get to. For example, the assassination attempt on Zohran Mamdani. So, that is rather unfortunate. Rather unfortunate. However, I'll be back tomorrow. Same mule time, same mule place. 5, 6, or 7 I normally start at UK time in the evening and go on till late. We're going to raid Lux Progressive. We're not raided Lux for a long time. Let's go and show us some love. Here's the raid alert. There's another raid alert if you've not got the subs, but pretty much everyone in the chat has got a sub now because everyone got subbed up to fuck earlier with the hype train. Chat. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the support. Thanks just for being here. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for being in the chat and having a laugh with me. We'll do it all again. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.